we're gonna do the Pledge of Allegiance. Is Sarah here? No, Sarah's not here to lead us, but I'll lead us. So whenever you're
on the,
oh, you're gonna.
Yeah, she's on the agenda. Let me just promote her.
And real quickly, I just want to remind members of the public that for public comments, we do have a time limit on public comments, and Rosie will bring up a slide to describe that in a bit. But we try to keep public comments to 3 minutes. When there are numerous comments, we try to keep them to 2 minutes. So we hope that everybody understands that's the normal protocol for us.
Thanks, Sean. Sarah, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Yes, of course. I need to figure out this link to the panel. All right.
You need a minute?
I'm good.
Okay.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Next, we're going to go to the approval of agenda. We have one change on that. We are not going to be hearing item 5A tonight, which is Pilarcitos High School update presentation. So we're going to remove that from the agenda, and I would like to get a motion and a second to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved. I'll second.
Thank you.
Hey, Beth.
Aye.
Freya.
Aye.
Sophia.
Aye.
Kimberly.
Aye.
Lisa.
Aye.
Sarah.
Aye.
5-0. Thank you.
Thanks, Rosie. Okay, we're going to move into public comments now. And as Sean said, Rosie's going to get a timer up. Sean, I think we'll start with the written comments first, if that sounds okay. And Dr. McTretchard said he could read those written ones for us.
I'd be happy to do that. The first one comes from Keith Gress, parent of a CUNY student, about consent agenda item 4F5, the 2021 CUNY Intermediate School Accountability Report Card. And it's a point of clarification from Mr. Gress. Good evening. The second sentence of the school overview section incorrectly states that CUNY and the district are 40 miles east of San Jose. We are west of San Jose. Thank you, Mr. Gress. I think sometimes, autocorrect will put in east when we mean west. But of course, we are west of San Jose and not east of San Jose. I think 40 miles east of San Jose. I don't know where that is. And the next comment is from Lauren Fisher at El Granada Elementary. And this is about, it says not applicable. It's not something that's agendized tonight. I'd like to give out a shout out to my first grade team at El Granada Elementary. Collaborating with you ladies every Tuesday has improved my teaching in so many ways. From going over student data to lesson planning to brainstorming interventions to calibrating scoring for assessments, we've worked together to meet our students' needs and help them succeed. In a world full of uncertainty, I know I can always count on you to lift me up when I'm feeling exhausted, to give me a fresh perspective when it feels like nothing is working, and to share my victories no matter how small. I am shocked to learn that this invaluable time we spend together each week is being taken away by the district. I worry about how this will affect me personally and professionally, but most of all, I worry how this will affect my students. Quality instruction requires time to plan and collaborate with colleagues. I strongly encourage the school board to rethink this decision. And the third comment that was written in tonight is from Annette Angeles Haggerty from El Granada Elementary. Again, it's a public comment regarding collaboration, early release days, increased instructional minutes for kindergarten through third grades. I am disheartened by the district's decision to take away our collaboration time, early release days. Kindergarten through third grade have no prep time built into our day. We have no science, PE, or music teacher that is credentialed. We rely on time on the early release day to collaborate, plan, and prepare with our grade level teams for quality instruction. Even with the early release day, I already work beyond contractual hours in order to prepare and plan for the instructional day. We need to keep our early release collaboration days. In addition to this, the district is adding 15 minutes to the instructional day. How is this going to help students if teachers have less time to plan and prepare because our collaboration day has been taken away and the instructional day is longer? It's not just the instructional minutes that the district needs to consider, but also the 15 to 20 additional minutes of dismissing our students to parents and after school care. If I work to contract, that gives me only about an hour to get ready for the next instructional day, which includes prepping for reading, writing, math, science, social studies, ELD, that's English language development, social emotional learning, art and PE. And on top of all this, the district is not offering comparable pay to neighboring districts. And net Angeles Haggerty. And so that ends the written comments tonight.
Thank you, Sean. We are now going to go to speaking public comments. If you want to make a comment, raise your hand, please. We have some hands raised, so I'll let Rosie bring those people in.
And this is the slide that Sean was referring to, how to raise the hand, and also explaining our regulations that speakers have 3 minutes. And I'm going to be running a timer to control that. Thank you.
And just a point of clarification, Rosie, also speakers have one opportunity to speak. Is that correct?
Yeah, one opportunity per item.
Per speaker, per item. Okay, thank you.
Okay, first we have Misty Veloso.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, board members. My name is Misty Veloso. I am the TK teacher at Hatch Elementary School. Tonight, I have come to speak on behalf of the early childhood educators at my school. Thank you for your time tonight and your willingness to listen. This is kind of scary for me, but silence becomes cowardice, so here I go. My colleagues and I have advanced degrees in education and countless years of teaching experience. We continually further our studies to grow and evolve as educators. Being an educator is an identity, and it is something we take a tremendous pride in. Despite all the experience and education we have, our professional voices have been stifled. The attitude of the board and some administration toward the work done in early childhood education feels disrespectful and undervalued. The work we do is important and it extends beyond childcare. It requires patience, kindness, flexibility, wisdom, intuition, knowledge. The list goes on and on. The pandemic has revealed that without early childhood educators, the economy could not move forward. So it can be concluded that childcare and education is important, but the teachers who do the work are not. Teachers are important. We are in the trenches every single day. We provide the customer service of this district. You trust us to provide this service, but you don't value what we bring along with it. We bring knowledge, dedication, and a strong work ethic every day we come to work. We demand more, you demand more and more from us every year, but you give less and less. We have heard the canned comment, change is hard. To hear this, it is insulting and demeaning. How many of you have taught during a pandemic? All we do is change. We endure. Our endurance is what is keeping schools open. Ask a teacher who has had COVID this year what they did to maintain their classroom while they were out. We know the current working conditions isn't going to improve anytime soon, and we know that the board can't make the pandemic disappear, but this board can do one thing. They can stop saving money and they can pay teachers a competitive salary. The salary increase will need to be enough to retain newer teachers, much less attract them. We need newer teachers. We need them. Our salaries, at the very least, what our colleagues are earning in surrounding districts. If you won't pay us what we're worth and continue to increase our work duty, can you ask yourself what is going to keep us here? Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, Misty. Who's next, Rosie?
Sorry, I was mute. Brianna LaFontaine.
Hello.
Hi, Brianna.
Okay. My name is Brianna LaFontaine, and I am a parent at El Granada Elementary. Good evening and Happy New Year. President Alexander, Board of Trustees, and District Administration, thank you for the time. There has been so much discussion about experts the last 2 years. We should be listening to the experts. We should be following the experts' recommendations and guidance. Let the experts tell us what to do. Many here have been saying this. Yet it does not seem like the district is listening to our experts, our teachers. I could not think of a position who is more of an expert in this field than our teachers. Please make sure you all are taking the time to really listen to the needs and recommendations of our teachers. I've been worrying a lot lately. Many parents have. Do you know what I shouldn't have to worry about? Whether or not our teachers are being respected by our district administration. We shouldn't have to worry if our teachers are being paid the absolute best we as a district can pay them. We shouldn't have to worry that we may lose our teachers. These are the people that we entrust our children to the majority of their waking hours. Teachers are the ones who we entrust to educate our children. They are the ones who help shape the social and emotional foundation our children take with them as they grow into adults. Last week, I kept my children home one day when I was having an anxious COVID day, and they both cried that I wouldn't let them go to school. They love their teachers in class. They don't love everyone, especially my youngest. She does not trust all adults, and her demeanor very obviously changes when she is not comfortable in a situation. This girl runs to class every day. And this is her third teacher at El Granada, and has felt that way with all of them. My son is a personality, and every one of his teachers has acknowledged, accepted, and helped me be okay with his excitement about life. When I am concerned about my children, their teachers are the first people I go to, and their teachers have always been incredibly insightful and helpful and always calming, even with my frantic personality. I'm a numbers person, a somewhat cautious financial person, and there is absolutely no reason our employees shouldn't receive the COLA we have received the past 2 years and will most certainly receive this next year. There are so many things we should be discussing as a district, and I hate that I am once again spending time on this. Our teachers deserve better because they are literally giving their all to our children. Thank you.
Sorry.
Next we have
Thank
Jenny
you.
Carpacci.
Me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I'm speaking on behalf of the teachers at Fairlawn View. This is a collection of our statements. First statement, there's not a lot of listening to teacher voices. There's a feeling of us versus them, when what we all need to focus on is the kids. But I don't think taking away teachers' collaboration and prep time and adding instructional minutes supports our students. When I started teaching, I felt like a valued professional. I don't always feel that way anymore. Eric Denault. Next statement. I don't understand why the district and board finds it necessary to sit on a $5.5 million surplus over the required reserves, plus monies raised from the passing of a parcel tax, and only offer teachers a pittance of a raise. Community members were led to believe that the money from the parcel tax was to go towards not only building improvements, but salaries for teachers. Taxpayers who voted for the parcel tax tell me they will never support another parcel tax again because you do not and will not support your teachers. Sherry Hall, first grade. Next statement. I feel that if our Tuesday collaboration time is eliminated and more minutes are added to our week, we should be compensated for this added time in our pay. Jan McFarland, third grade. Next statement. As a district teacher and parent, I'm not only feeling the impact of our district's financial decisions in my classroom and my paycheck, but on my own children. As a teacher and parent, I'm frustrated that the fact that our district doesn't value our teaching staff even enough to try and offer competitive pay, which will lead to quality teachers looking for higher paying jobs over the hill. I'm also frustrated by the plan to take away our collaboration time without asking us. Less planning time will diminish our ability to produce quality lessons for our classes. Is this what the board and parents want? As a parent, I'm appalled that my 8th grade student hasn't been offered a single art class in 3 years at CUNY. I can only assume that a lack of funding made it impossible to hire staff to provide quality electives. 2 trimesters of an undefined wellness class doesn't count as arts education. How does that compare to public schools over the hill? It doesn't. Our dropping enrollment will only continue if we don't invest in our teachers and the education our students now, not later. Rebecca Jeffs, 2nd grade. Final statement. I'm disappointed that this board values saving money before supporting students. Supporting teachers is supporting students. Our district is bleeding teachers to better paying jobs over the hill. There are very few people willing to be teachers these days, and it's obvious why. Our profession is dying. We are a limited resource. A large reserve will not serve our community if there are no teachers to instruct our students. That was my statement. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have Audie Foster.
Hello, good evening. Thank you so much for your time this evening. I do not have pre-written comments, but I just wanted to share some ideas that I have. I'm listening to everyone speak, and some of you know that I'm the site rep for the union at Hatch School, and there's just so much going on. I feel like we're in a crisis. We have a teacher shortage going on at Hatch. At CUNY, we can't fill the positions. When Jenny mentioned that there's no art at CUNY, well, we don't have teachers for that. Even if we had money, would we be able to hire a teacher? Well, if we had enough money, we probably could. I feel like without having a competitive salary, we are not able to recruit new teachers, and we lose teachers, whether it be through retirement or attrition or people finding better paying jobs over the hill. And for whatever reason, people leave eventually, and we can't find new teachers that are willing to come here. Every single year for the past 4 or 5 years, our situation has become dire. I was involved in interviews the week school started to try to fill positions, and we still weren't able to fill positions. And there's no way for all the work that everyone's doing right now to help teach these children, there's no way that we're doing the best that we could do when we're scrambling at the last minute every time. And right now, my son is in a position where he doesn't have a teacher for his most important class, language arts. And that could have been solved if we had a little bit more foresight. So I really hope that we can think in advance, post positions in a more timely way, but we need to be competitive with our salary or we're not going to fill these positions. So that's the first thing. The second thing is COVID. And it kind of relates to this as well, because we don't have enough teachers as it is. We already have subs filling classrooms. And so if somebody gets sick, who's taking over that classroom? Mr. Robles was subbing yesterday for a teacher who has COVID. I have exposure to COVID right now. What if I can't go to work tomorrow? Who's going to teach? We don't have any more subs. And I appreciate that you guys raised the rate of pay for subs. Even so, we're still not being able to fill it. We need to do more. And then with the contact tracing, I've noticed that there's a huge delay. And I don't know if you guys are aware of that with the contracted company that's doing this, but people are receiving notifications of close contact 7, 8, 9 days after the close contact, after the testing period has already ended. So we need to fix that. But lastly, I want to talk about the instructional minutes. I really think that increasing instructional minutes will negatively impact the quality of instruction. Quantity does not equal quality. Let's take a step back, include the stakeholders in the conversation, and work together to figure out a way to best address the needs of our students. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby.
Next, we have Shannon Murray.
Can you hear me?
Yes, good.
All right, administrators, board members, and community. My name is Shannon Murray, and I am a reading intervention teacher at Hatch. I teach readers in both push-in and pull-out classes, focusing on supporting students who are below benchmark in reading. My students are simply wonderful, always eager to learn and work their hardest. I would like to bring to the spotlight an unfortunate consequence of our hiring shortage. With a shrunken subbank, reading intervention teachers are now on-call substitutes, canceling reading classes with our students when subbing. Students in my current session have only had 13 full days of reading classes since Thanksgiving. Sadly, it is not enough time to give them the support they desperately need and deserve. Don't get me wrong, I've had lovely days subbing around Hatch. I've gotten to experience the island of the Blue Dolphins with fourth graders and tie-dyeing with kindergartners. Also, Mr. Robles, Mrs. Jaramillo, and Mr. Andrews are truly trying to prevent my classes from being canceled, very often taking classes before me. Many district office administrators have also often subbed. I would like to thank these administrators for contributing to this all hands on deck situation. We know that this is a nationwide problem, not unique to CUSD. However, given all of this, I urge the board to examine decisions being made right now. If we need to attract and retain teachers, how can we focus our decisions on these two goals? With more teachers, we would not have 8 or more of teacher vacancies filled with long-term subs, freeing these dedicated substitute teachers to be available in our subbank. I can tell you 2 things that I believe will not retain teachers. Number 1, we do not feel encouraged to remain in the district when our compensation is not considered in a fair manner, especially when looking at the state's COLA or at districts like San Mateo, Foster City, and Pescadero. Number 2, we do not feel encouraged to remain in the district when major decisions such as elementary's proposed loss of prep and collaboration time due to increased instructional time have been made for the past 3 years without input from our educators. I have been teaching since 1999, have my master's degree, and have achieved rigorous national board certification. I care deeply and know what it takes to provide high quality educational experiences. I urge you, the board, to please get feedback from me and my colleagues before making decisions that alter our instruction. You can retain us by respecting our input. My readers work hard and deserve their reading intervention services. What is our priority? If CUSD's priority is every child, every day, then let's focus the decisions that are being made right now on teacher retention and recruitment to offer a high-quality education for all. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Shannon.
Next, we have Claudia Lundström.
Good evening, everyone. I am not speaking as the co-president of CUTA right now. I'm speaking as a teacher who is going to share comments from other teachers. I'll start off by pointing out that the fact that many teachers are uncomfortable speaking in front of the board is an indication of morale and of trust in the district office. So I'll start. This teacher said she didn't want to read her comments because she felt she would cry. This is from Claire Gould at the high school. The idea of either getting sick from COVID from being around 65 to 90 students on a daily basis, and or the real possibility of a school shooter with no real protection for myself or students keeps me in flight or fight mode on a daily basis. My nervous system is wrecked. Meanwhile, trying to keep my demeanor as positive as possible for my students feels extra challenging these days. Now some comments on the salary schedule. Dismal, a mockery, unconscionable. I can't afford tires for my car and have to perform any repairs on it myself. The board and CUSD leadership do not care about me as a human. I'm currently looking for another part-time job to make ends meet, and if I don't find one, I probably won't teach for much longer. A few comments on negotiations. Now, I know that Sean McFetridge likes to comment that we're not supposed to comment on negotiations before he does, as much as perhaps I or anyone else does. But these are broad comments. These are not specific to anything in negotiations. The lack of cooperation and understanding from the district seems insulting. Putting forward the same awful proposal during multiple meetings is rude. Sorry, I gotta get my screen right. Is rude and shows the district that they don't care about teachers. This year feels truly demeaning. Pauline Shu says, I question the good faith of negotiations, especially when the school board members are not aware that prep time was being taken away without discussion. A number of teachers put in comments about the fact that they're considering leaving the district. My comment is the question of how does the board feel that treating teachers this poorly is helping the community? I would love an answer to that. Thank you.
Thanks, Claudia.
Next, we have Avis Calhoun.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Avis. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you so much. Thanks for taking my public comment. I too am going to share some comments from fellow teachers. This comment is from Lauren Williamson, a 4th grade teacher at El Granada Elementary. She says, living in a small rural town, Pescadero, it's hard to believe that the teachers are getting paid $7,000 more there on average, along with smaller class sizes. As a brand new teacher, CUSD is not giving me the incentive to remain in this district. Here's another comment. This is from Sharon DeMeo, another 4th grade teacher at El Granada Elementary. We need collaboration time and need to be compensated for our work. Here's another comment from Pauline Shu, a 3rd grade teacher, a veteran teacher at El Granada Elementary. I was surprised that a decision on the prep and teaching time, which greatly impacts the working conditions of elementary teachers, is being changed without any discussion or input from teachers. I feel this contributes to a widening divide between teachers and the district administration. We should be partners supporting each other with professional respect and consideration. This should be the case always, but especially now. COVID has made the teaching profession demanding and stressful for the past 2 years and the indeterminate future. Implementing a change that is unexpected to teachers only serves to compound these experiences. This unilateral change seems to fall short of the district's mission statement, which is, we believe education is a partnership between student, family, school, and community. Where's the partnership between teachers and district administrators? And finally, a comment from me. Members of the community, do you know that the district is imposing a longer instructional day for elementary teachers next year? Longer instructional days? When you add up all the extra time that will be added to our day, it amounts to approximately an extra 2 weeks of work with no pay increase. If you expect us to have longer instructional days, we deserve a fair wage increase. And finally, I request that cameras, if possible, be activated for public speakers, because it's easier to be attentive to the speaker when you can see their face, like I can see yours when you speak. Thank you so much for my comments.
Thanks, Avis.
We have Erica Sain.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Erica. Go ahead.
Oh, good. Get ready for just 3 minutes of unorganized, maybe some snuffling and crying. It's going to be, not my usual thing. I'm not a great public speaker. I do better with children than adults. And I made so many drafts, iterations of this, and I'm so exhausted. I couldn't even decide which one to read or what to talk about because there's so many things. It's just a lot. So I I'm just one story. I have a master's degree. I've been teaching in education for 25 years. I have never been so exhausted. I think that I keep thinking that we've been in the pandemic for 3 years because it's been 3 classes of 5-year-old students and their families. And I'm so lucky because they've been amazing and supportive and kind, and the kids do everything that they can as 5-year-olds. I mean, it's no joke teaching kids how to do kindergarten, but to do it without having preschool, without having some of the first 5 is the major brain development years. It's really difficult to try to bridge what they have been missing and then to do it in a social, emotional, supportive way to provide a multi-level RTI or response to intervention, to do, I don't even know what the new term is. It's like a universal design, but it's a multi-tiered support system, to bring in diverse perspectives and points of view, to have equity and to hear all of the children and to advocate for them, and to not have the time to plan and do that and to discuss children and their best needs. And I can't imagine. And I've just scrapped everything that I wrote, and I try to be on as many committees as I can. I'm trying to think about, your point of view and how hard it would be to be trying to deal with the protocols in the pandemic, but I need communication and I need to know what's going on. I spent all of my Amazon gift cards on COVID tests and N95 masks and different things, and I don't know what's going on. I get the same information as the parents get when they get it, and it's just mind-boggling that you would do this. And I try to be loyal and empathetic, but I just don't know how much longer I can stay because it's crazy. It feels crazy.
Thank you, Erica. We appreciate everyone coming to speak tonight. I don't think we have any other hands up, but if you do have a comment, please raise your hand now. Otherwise, Rosie, do you see any more?
No, we don't have any more.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for your comments. And I just want to say again that just know that we are not allowed to respond to those comments in this meeting because of the Brown Act. The Brown Act wants everything we're talking about to be agendized. So in case people want to hear about an item, so we don't want to talk about things if it's not agendized. That's the reason. It's not that we don't want to respond. It's that our hands are tied on that. But you can always reach out to us individually if you want to talk more. We're going to move along now to our employee organization reports. We have CUTA up first.
President Alexander, board members, district management. My name is Sean Reardon, and along with Claudia Lunstroth, I'm co-president of the Cabrillo Unified Teachers Association. Cabrillo Unified School District is facing an existential crisis. The inability to hire fully qualified teachers has already led to the demise of the middle school immersion program. I fear this mid-year failure is bound to occur at other sites and affect other critical programs. As was stated in public comments, Cabrillo Unified currently has postings for 8 positions. These postings are for positions that cannot be filled due to the inability to attract qualified teachers because of the non-competitive compensation offered by CUSD. In addition to the unfilled positions, we have a number of positions filled by individuals with emergency credentials. Well, thank goodness these individuals stepped up to the challenge, but wouldn't it be great if the students of Cabrillo Unified School Districts had qualified, credentialed teachers for all of their instruction? Sadly, the fact is that CUSD can't even hire a 3rd campus supervisor at the high school. Our neighboring school district to the south, La Honda Pescadero, has no open positions. San Mateo Foster City, a school district nearly 4 times our size, has 1 open position. The workforce of CUSD is crumbling and will not be able to be rebuilt without a drastic reconsideration of the compensation. Of course, this hinges on the unrestricted reserves, today totaling more than $5.5 million. Understand clearly that the dollars the 5 board members have decided to keep in reserve is depriving the students of CUSD qualified credentialed teachers. The most essential component of effective instruction, teachers, are being denied to students while more than $5 million is squirreled away for a rainy day. You've heard from many upset, disgruntled, angry teachers, parents, and community members today. But the majority of the teachers will not make comments to the board. The majority of teachers will not speak these uncomfortable truths. The majority of teachers will leave this school district for better compensation. Board members, please think carefully about the aspirations in your board policies. Saving money when qualified credentialed teachers cannot be hired is foolish and destructive to the students, families, and teachers of the school district. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Sean. Next, we have CSEA.
Good evening, President Alexander, board members, Superintendent Coverage, administration, staff, and community. My name is Stig Lynn. I am the president for CSA. We have about 110 members in our union, and I represent everything from kitchen staff, bus drivers, paras, custodians, campus security, and office staff. CSEA have been working closely together now to present next month here to the board for opening of the contract. We also acknowledge from CSEA that there is hard time to hire support staff. We are in big need of bus driver, para, custodians, campus security, and office staff. I think this is a general thing that's happening now in our society. There are a lot of businesses that have a hard time to hire and retain people. And I agree with the teacher union that we all need to get a raise so we can keep qualified and good people in our district. We don't want to lose them. I've been here 12 years working in our district and hoping eventually to retire here. And there is a risk when we don't keep up our salaries that we lose people to other districts. Should it be a competition, there is state or wherever you live, depending on the school, what money we get in. There is so many different factors who decides what the district gets for each student we have in our schools. Yeah, it's hard, but I've also agreed with Sean Reardon there, the president, that we shouldn't have too big of savings. I know we need them sometimes when it gets harder times, but I think that maybe the district need to look at if there really is need for that now in these times when we really need to hire teachers, staff, all over, even administrators actually. So everyone working really hard. It's hard times. COVID have hit everyone really hard. We are short-staffed all over. IT department, the bus driver, the custodians, and everywhere. And the district need to figure out how we're going to keep our good people working in our district. Thank you so much. That's all I have for tonight.
Thank you, Stig. Okay, we're going to move on to board member reports, and Kim is going to start us out tonight. Go ahead, Kim.
Thank you, Mary Beth, and thank you everyone for your patience as I flicker in and out. I have an unstable internet tonight. First, I want to say thank you to all of the speakers tonight from the public and our teachers. You actually speak quite well, all of you. And I do value and respect you as well as I know our other board members do. I will leave it to Dr. McFetridge to speak to negotiations. But remember, I know for myself, please call me if you want to talk and understand things that are going on. I can't talk to negotiations, but I do always remain curious because I know sometimes it's easy for any of us to take a slice of conversation and make assumptions about what someone else is thinking or doing. And my sense is that sometimes happens in our community. So please know I do appreciate all the hard work that the teachers are doing during a pandemic. I have taught in the classroom, about 7 years experience in Arizona and as well as California. And I want to recognize how difficult it is for us hiring. I noted in the news that in Oklahoma, where they can't hire teachers, literally some of the colleges are putting their teacher education programs on hold because they don't have enough people coming into the field. So we're looking at a backdrop of a pandemic, difficulties that are not just our own locale. And we'll do everything we can to make it right by the students in our community and by the teachers here. The other piece is, well, yes, we're still in a pandemic and it is stressful, especially from frontline workers in education. I noted in the news tonight that in San Francisco, where there were 165 deaths in hospitals this month last year, there have only been 5 this year. So while it's stressful with Omicron, it is getting better. My heart hopes it is, and that as a community, we can figure out what this new normal is and be in relationship with one another soon. So if anybody wants coffee or tea on my front porch, call me anytime. Take care.
Thank you, Kim. We have Freya up next with her comments.
Thank you, Mary Beth. And thank you also, just reiterate Kim's words of appreciation for everybody who spoke tonight and the other teachers who also provided comments to the teachers that did speak their words tonight. And I just want to say to all of you and to the teachers who provided the comments, I hear you, I respect you. I'm so amazed always at the work that you do. And I really do understand that, well, it's hard with the compensation, and I think you all know where I am at with that. I do not believe you're paid enough and would love to pay you more. Again, not talking directly on negotiations, but also on the intangibles and what you talked about, the respect and the professionalism. And I just want to tell you all that from the bottom of my heart, I truly do respect what you do, what you know, how you teach, what you've learned, and what your perspective is on that. And I'm just so sorry that we're at that place right now. And I'm hoping that moving forward in this district, we can remember that and remember that collaboration and those goals from our last strategic planning process to move us forward. So I just want to let you all know, teachers and community members, that I hear you on that. And I really, really appreciate you being brave enough to come and speak. And I don't know quite why we can't see your faces, but maybe we can explore that for future. I did hear that as well. So thank you all so much for speaking. And then just to everybody, Happy New Year. A little bit on the pandemic. It is really hard right now. And even though things are, I think, measurably better, they also feel incredibly overwhelming and exhausting and tiring. And I just want us all to remember that and kind of think about a grace period for all of us in terms of what we're trying to do, and students and teachers, and the fact that we don't have enough people working because of the pandemic stuff, that it's kind of like we're trying to make this work again, and hopefully it'll be shorter lived and we won't get something worse on the next horizon, but let's be sure that we're providing that input in terms of how it's working and how it's not. And hopefully we can be clearer as a district and a school moving forward too about what those protocols are, and making sure that those are clear for everyone. They are also constantly changing, and our directions are changing from people above us in terms of what we're required to do. So just to take all of that into consideration for every side of it, this kind of a grace period. I think about that a lot with my student who's dealing with a lot of stress with even just being at school at this time. And then I just we did have our environmental committee meeting this year, and I just am so appreciative of our students and our teacher leaders with that. And I really appreciate the time that folks have put into it. And this year I actually kind of lost track of when the meeting was, and one of the student leaders at the high school said, hey, we need to do this. And two of the CUNY student leaders, who were the ones who spoke to the board 3 years ago, were there again at the meeting and excited about doing stuff at CUNY right now and carrying it on to the high school. So it's just so exciting to see that kind of leadership and that kind of collaboration and working together. So Happy New Year to everyone. I hope everyone stays healthy, and we can hopefully move through this and learn and grow. Thank you.
Thank you, Freya. Sophia, you're up.
All right. I've been having internet trouble this evening as well, so hopefully this will stick. Thank you. I just want to say Happy New Year. It's been quite a whirlwind since our last meeting, and winter break in particular. First, I'm not sure if this was mentioned earlier. I didn't catch it, but I on my mind, and I want to share tonight my deepest and heartfelt condolences to the family of Kim Barnes. Kim was a teacher at El Granada and Fairlawn View. She was the wife of CUNY Principal James Barnes. And we lost her earlier this month, and that's heartbreaking. And it's never easy. And I just want to send all my continue to support our students through this difficult time. So I just want to first and foremost acknowledge that. Since returning from the break, I've been in lots of different meetings with local community leaders. One of my favorite is always our discussions with the Latinx Roundtable, which Lizette is involved with as well. And we had a great conversation about longer term improvements that our students need, and really getting to those foundational changes that we ought to make as a school system to support all kids. Hearing updates from San Mateo County of Education, San Mateo County Office of Education, and the Health Department, other departments as well, with elected official calls, and just hearing about how the pandemic's going, impact on hospitalizations, what they're doing about testing and masks and all that. And so that's always very helpful to be able to kind of see that bigger picture, that I think is always so important in terms of the work that we do here as a board and as a district. It was grateful to also get from CSBA a briefing on the governor's new budget proposal, and it's inordinately complex. So I think it's sometimes easy to pick out pieces of the story, the headlines that fit stories that we
I think we lost her. Okay, should we move on, and we'll come back to Sophia for the rest of her comments once we get her back off of freeze frame? I can make a few comments while we wait and see make my comments while we wait and see if Sophia comes back. I just want to reiterate that, I totally agree with what Kim and Freya have said about respecting teachers and all that. And I too feel bad that we seem to be not able to, not understanding each other. And I feel bad that people feel like they're not respected. I just want to acknowledge that I know there has been loss. This death was a big one. I know many people have been impacted by that. And I know there's a lot of uncertainty right now, and it's just a hard time in general, and for our school district and for other school districts and for many other industries as well. I know we're struggling to hire. I know many other school districts are struggling to hire. And I know many other industries are. So I know people are really, really, burning the candle at both ends these days. So I just want to acknowledge that and also reiterate what Kim and Freya said about respect. And I do feel like as a board, we're all on the same page with that. So I hate it that it seems, when we get like this. The other thing I wanted to talk about just briefly was I wanted to thank the county for the COVID test that we got for the kids. I mean, that was savior for my family. So I know a lot of people appreciated that. And it was really good to get those. And I just wanted to finish off with lastly, just saying, I know some people have mentioned like it's hard for them to come and talk at these meetings. Maybe they don't want to talk in public or they don't want to talk to a group or whatever, but I think I can probably speak for everyone. I don't know any of us that aren't happy to, listen individually. So please reach out to me. I'm up for a phone call. I'm up for an email. I just got a text now and I set up I'm going to talk to someone tomorrow. So please reach out. I think that's the only way to really, learn about others' concerns and for them to learn about yours. So please don't hesitate to reach out to us. We really do try to respond. So do that. And then that's all I have, but I want to go back to see if we have Sophia. It looks like we do not. So
Sophia was going to reboot her computer, so it might take a few minutes for her to connect back.
Okay, let's go ahead with Lizette, if that's okay, and then we'll come back to Sophia.
Hi, yes, buenas noches a todos y primeramente quiero pedir disculpas por no estar presente en cámara. Esta noche no tuve unas complicaciones y no pude estar presente, no pude prender la cámara. So, mil disculpas por la inconveniencia o si alguien se molestó. Más que nada quisieras decirles un poco lo que he estado haciendo. Estuve presente en la Junta del Comité de Latinos. Fue un gusto hablar y discutir con miembros de la comunidad sobre algo que creo que es esencial para el éxito escolar, como la participación y comunicación entre los padres y también nuestro distrito escolar. Hubo una discusión, creo que fue muy productiva y de diferentes miembros de la comunidad que en una forma o en otra trabajan con nuestra comunidad. Y con la ayuda de la doctora Leticia Batia, tengo la esperanza que veremos más participación de padres, que lamentablemente no es tan fácil para que ellos estén presentes por razones que están fuera de sus posibilidades. Es muy importante que los padres sean involucrados, pero no es tan fácil para unos como otros. Hay algunos que tienen la facilidad del idioma, la facilidad de saber la tecnología y la facilidad de tal vez tener solo un trabajo o no trabajar. Y hay veces que por esas razones algunas personas no están involucradas y lamentablemente la gente que nos está aquí es a veces los que necesitan más esta información, este apoyo y tal vez necesitan una voz para ver cómo se les puede apoyar. Seguramente también tuve el placer de estar involucrada en el comité donde hablan como sobre el reciclar y el medio ambiente. Y fue un gusto ver que los alumnos participan y están en el proceso de ayudar a mejorar nuestro medio ambiente y las escuelas y educar a los demás sobre cómo pueden ayudar. Y quiero darle las gracias a la compañera Freya por dirigir a estos alumnos y guiarlos, aunque ellos son los que están en cargo de todo esto. Y es importante porque es nuestro futuro y es nuestra juventud. Quisiera también dar las gracias a todos los maestros que hablaron hoy y darle las gracias todo el trabajo que han estado haciendo durante este tiempo de pandemia. No es fácil y mucho menos es fácil cuando hay muchas cosas que están fuera de su control y quiero decirles que yo los agradezco y los valoro como maestros y que muchas gracias por todo su trabajo y su dedicación y ojalá que lleguemos lleguemos a un mejor entendimiento y las cosas no sean tan negativas y gracias a todos y hay que cuidarnos y tratarnos bien. Good evening. I I would like to first apologize if I inconvenience anyone by not turning on my camera. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to tonight. And I'm always here for any comments or anything if anybody wants to reach out to me regarding that. I want to start by saying it was a pleasure to be part of the Latino Roundtable earlier this week, and I was really happy to hear something that I strongly believe in. And one of the main topics was talking about participation and parent involvement, and it was a very productive conversation. And I'd like to think that, you know, with the help of Dr. Bhatia, this is only going to get better, and that we will reach out to parents who unfortunately are not able to be present or be as involved as other parents for other circumstances. For example, the lack of the language, which thankfully we have translation, live translation from from the district now, thanks to Josefina. But also some parents have 2 jobs and can't be here and don't have the luxury of just having 1 job, or some parents don't have the luxury of not working, and other situations like that. And unfortunately, these are the parents that need a voice and also need to be present. And hopefully we will reach out to them outside of the regular way that, you know, parents are being reached out currently. So it was hopeful to see that and have a discussion with community leaders who work with these families. Also, I was part of the environmental committee meeting, which was very hopeful. And it was just, it's always amazing to see the youth take leadership and ownership of things like, you know, recycling, and not only take part of it, but also educate their peers. I think it's important when they get that education from their peers versus, you know, an adult. I think that's more impactful. So thank you to Freya for leading this committee and being so supportive to the youth. I think it's very important. I also lastly would like to thank all the teachers for their comments tonight. And I, as long as the other board members agree, that I hope I'm hopeful that we are able to communicate and understand each other better. It's heartbreaking to see that some of you feel unvalued, and believe me, by no means do I have that feeling. I think these times, I think it's been very amazing, all the hard work and all the dedication you have had for families and the children. So thank you for that, and thank you for being here tonight. And that's it for me.
Thank you, Lizette. Let's go back to Sophia.
Hi there. Sorry, I'm going to keep my video off because I rebooted and it still seems to be crashing. So I'm going to just stay off from video. So sorry for that. I'm not sure exactly, 1 second, how much was heard. So I'll just pick up about just obviously it's been a whirlwind since we came back. Lots of meetings with really amazing community leaders. One of my, and I don't know, I didn't hear all Lizette said, but she might have referenced the Latinx Roundtable meeting which we had, which was always really super inspiring, and hearing from families and community leaders about how we can work together to best support students in our community. Lots of calls with San Mateo County Office of Education, County Health Department, and county management, as San Mateo County School Board Association as well, to really kind of keep up with what's happening on the pandemic and, you know, changing guidelines and resources. And Omicron is obviously very different. Dr. Morrow said on the call the other day that it's almost like having a second pandemic right after the first one, because just the nature of it is so very different. And at a time where healthcare resources and education resources and pretty much any resource you can mention is already strained. So I'm really grateful we live where we live, where we actually have it, you know, relatively speaking, better situation with vaccination rates and such than a lot of other regions of our country do. So I was also happy to have a briefing from CSBA on the governor's budget proposal, and hearing kind of the complexity, the intricacy all this one-time funding we're getting and different things and different aspects. So I'm grateful for that. And I would encourage anyone that's interested in that to really get some great sources with the complete information. So I think that's really, really important. Also this morning, I heard a report from Children Now, which is a nonprofit here in the Bay Area that advocates for kids. And they had some really important information about students' mental health, absenteeism, and their connections with adults on campus. And obviously things are pretty challenging right now, but I think it's good to have that bigger picture, be it on budget or be it on kids across the state and their, you know, their healthcare status and you know, how we're doing the county in different aspects of what we're doing. I think it's all related and it's all really, really tough right now. And I think as managed to hear a couple of my colleagues here say it's kind of an overwhelming time right now. I can say, you know, it's hard. I feel like we started this new year feeling like, okay, new year, let's go. And kind of knew Omicron was there and that we were going to hit that again. And it feels like a little bit deja vu of March 2020 when we were like, okay, let's ramp up again. And that's really hard to do right now after 2 years of having been doing that over and over again. Hopefully this is the last hurrah of the pandemic and we will soon get to the point of where we can be endemic and learn, kind of have this more in the background, like other chronic things that we always kind of monitor and manage. We're not there yet. So it's a tough time now here in the thick of things, not only obviously in our district, but in our school community, but across the country, across the world right now. There's staffing shortages everywhere. It's hard to even kind of, it's just a lot in the air right now. And I think a lot about a mantra from one of our very esteemed principals, Mr. John Nazar, Half Moon Bay High School. He always reminds our students, and I take this to heart as well, as being a lifelong learner, a student of, you know, in many different regards. Let's work hard, be kind to one another. And, you know, he likes to close it with have a great day. And, you know, that might look a little bit different now than we normally would draw that picture in our minds of what is a great day. But I think the best day that we have. And I think if we keep having students at the middle of everything that we do, we're going to get through this. It's a hard time. We've just got to hold hands and get through it. And it's not going to be pleasant for the next couple of weeks in particular, but let's just kind of get through this storm and see it, you know, as an opportunity to forge those bonds and really do better for our students. And when we do better for our students, we do better for everybody. So thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. We're going to move on to our student board member reports. So take it over, Sarah.
Thank you. So first, I'm just going to share a little comment before my report. On behalf of the students, I just want to thank the teachers profusely for all of your hard work these past couple years. You've certainly been dealt a difficult deck of cards, and I just want you to know that we see you and we see how hard you are working, and we thank you for that. Unfortunately, there's really not much I can do about your pay, and I really wish there was, but I think it says a lot about all of you that despite these difficult circumstances, you've still managed to give it your all. So thank you so much for that. Now I'm going to give my school board reports. So, El Granada Elementary started their new year with excitement for the year 2022. We welcomed our new music program to grades TK through 5th grade, provided by Music in Schools Today, MUST. The primary grades are receiving the Music First program, which teaches school readiness, language acquisition, and reading readiness through songs and rhythm. Grades 2nd through 5th are participating in the Music Plus program, which engages students with culturally appropriate literature, music, and how to play the guitar. Students are loving this opportunity provided by our wonderful PTO. Next week, the entire school will be participating in the Great Kindness Challenge as we empower our students to create a culture of kindness. Our students will celebrate kindness, demonstrate compassion, extend their gratitude, and put positive intentions into every action in so many uplifting ways. There's no doubt about it. We can all use this boost of positivity to start the new year. From Fairlawn View, we are so grateful for our teachers and staff at Fairlawn View who continue to provide a quality education for our students as we navigate this pandemic. Their professionalism and flexibility during such unusual times is inspirational. Thank you, teachers and staff at Fairlawn View and throughout Cabrillo Unified School District. From Hatch, this month we have had the pleasure of beginning a percussion program for all students in K through second grade. The program is run by ALAS, Ayudando Latinos a Soñar, helping Latinos dream. ALAS is a coastside community organization focused on enriching our community through art, culture, and education. Yesterday, we had an information session for parents interested in having their children begin kindergarten in the immersion program. The event was fully masked and bilingual. Today, prior to the board meeting, we will welcome a group of parents for our first kindergarten tour. We look forward to meeting the parents of future Hatch students. From Kings Mountain, we have an on-site kindergarten tour in January after hours fully masked. I want to thank our staff for being flexible, professional, and tenacious during this stressful navigation of an ever-changing pandemic. TK kindergarten and first grade celebrates the 100th day of school next week. Finally, staff development featured Makers Education with the San Mateo Office of Education, which we look forward to revisiting. From Half Moon Bay High School students are already meeting with the counselors in their social studies classes for the personal learning plans, PLPs, to begin course selection for next school year. This is a big and important process, and we want to give all our students and families as much information so they can make the best course decisions possible. We are also looking forward to the voluntary dodgeball tournament run by the leadership class, and many students are enjoying the music and the cornhole and other activities in the quad every Friday. From Pilarcitos High School, we've teamed up with CSM and are offering a college course on Mondays to our students. And from Los Listos Preschool, it has been a busy month at Los Listos, and parents are getting ready to register their children to TK and kindergarten. We are also distributing parent surveys next week to our parents and report the results to the state preschool next month. We are getting ready for dental screenings, and our 4th parent workshop is scheduled via Zoom with Star Vista. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. And moving on to our superintendent report.
I just want to wish everyone a peaceful 2022 as we enter this first board meeting of January. January's been quite a month. We got news mid-December during the break that the governor said that there would be tests for families, COVID tests that we could hand out before school. And I want to thank Dr. Bhatia and personally for going to pick up those tests, just so you know the kind of commitment that was when the tests were finally made available to us on the day before New Year's, December 30th. Dr. Bhatia was the first in line at the County Office of Education, San Mateo County Office of Education, loading in tests for students into her vehicle with her sons and her sister, I believe. And it's good that her camera's not on now, because I'm probably mortifying and humiliating and embarrassing her. But I think it is also a testament not only to Dr. Bhatia and to all the staff that were there handing out on that first Monday when we were handing out tests 2 weeks ago. The names are countless. Everybody came in, all the support staff, and I thank them for that. Martha Ladd, Susan Vanna, Rochelle, who's a health aide, Rosalva Segura, Graciela Krabenschmidt, Amy McVicker, Claire Beltrami, Nancy Arevalo, Debbie Silvera. I was there. It was raining. We were all handing out tests. I know I've missed some people there, and I apologize to those I haven't mentioned. But it was great to see, and I think we got about 1,500 tests out that day. And it helped us a great deal because a lot of people didn't show up to school the next day because they realized that they were asymptomatic but had COVID-19. So I thank the governor for that. And I thank the county and the state for that. And particularly, I want to thank San Mateo County Office of Education Superintendent Nancy McGee. When Dr. Batia went to pick up those tests on the 30th, Nancy was there herself, handing out the cases of tests to each district staff to bring those tests so that families could test. It was quite an effort and was not easy. And we really wondered, how is that going to happen? The governor announces it during a break. Everybody's on vacation, but it got done. And then those tests were available for those who came and picked them up. So much gratitude to everybody involved with that effort. And it was good to see families on that day as we were handing them out. 95 masks are being distributed to staff currently. We just recently picked those up from San Mateo County Office of Education as soon as they were available to us. And we are trying to get 95 masks out. I think they're out now with our PPE coordinators at every school site. So we are trying to take care of families and staff in this way. Of course, we have pooled testing on our campuses. I have had some emails to me saying people don't want to participate in pooled testing. I know that not everyone does. We encourage it. It is a great thing for us to do, and our staff can also participate in that pooled testing. There was new communication of state and county guidelines last week. I sent a letter last Monday, and then Martha Ladd and Susan Vanna sent another letter on Friday. Of course, the guidelines had changed. The quarantine has changed. We just sent out something again today. The pandemic recovery framework from the county is changing. So we keep trying to get the communication out as fast and furious as we can when it adjusts. I want to share my feeling of sadness and my condolences to the family of Kim Barnes. Kim Barnes was a very valued employee here in the district, and hearing about her passing was very sad. And my heart goes out to James and to his son, True, and their family during this time. Many people knew her. And many people know James and their son, True, and it's a tragic time. I can't begin to imagine. So our hearts go out to James and True, the family, and to Kim Barnes, our valued colleague that we lost. I want to make sure that I have everybody understand that we do listen to public comments, and the board isn't in the practice or really allowed to speak to public comments if it's not an agendized matter. But I often take the opportunity to do so. Negotiations is always difficult. I think it is the case that over the years we have had a challenge because of a fiscal crisis, a financial crisis that we were in. 2.5 years ago, this has been a challenging time. And last year, we were able to get a 3% raise for 2019-20, and then a 3% raise for 2020-21. And we are currently negotiating for 21-22, and we are at the table. And we met in December, and we will meet again with CUTA next week. I have found those negotiations civil. I do feel like we have made a lot of progress on a lot of language and contractual items. I do feel like we've made some progress on our offer to employees, to teachers, to CUTA, and we feel like they've made some progress coming, but we're not yet at agreement. It is true that Ms. Lodenstruth said that typically I like to keep negotiations at the table and not in public, but sometimes I have to clarify for the record for the public. We look forward to meeting. We provided proposals to CUTA in December. We look forward to counter proposals about pay. And again, as I've said before, sometimes we have to balance and give to employees, but also we have to make sure that we are doing things for kids and families and for the financial stability of the district, because 2.5 years ago, we were in a budget crisis. We were told by the county office and fiscal crisis management assistance team and the state, and we have the letters to prove it, that we risk takeover. And we went through, I don't know how long that was, 6 months talking about budget cuts. And then when the district reverted to basic aid, we got right back at the table and we were able to offer 3% in 1920 and 3% at 2021. And that was an agreement with CUTA. And then of course we passed that over to CSEA and then took care of our unrepresented that had been skipped. So I will say that I look forward to negotiations. I think we are getting closer. If there continue to be questions about it, or if the board asks me to do it, I will put out a negotiations update, knowing full well that when I do so, sometimes people complain about that. But when we have so much public comment and public interest in this, it might be a good thing to do. We will see. There have been some comments from elementary school teachers in particular about a proposal to increase instructional minutes for elementary school students. And so I want to clarify that too. There's been a lot of talk about learning loss because of the pandemic, and particularly of the year learning remotely. And one thing that people have looked at is, how do you counter learning loss? And one thing that we have suggested at the table to negotiate and have invited CUTA to identify impacts in the contract and to negotiate with us is to provide more instructional time for students and to make for more family-friendly schedules for parents and guardians who have voiced concern about the difficulties with an early release every week. I don't want to speak about it too much. You've heard some comments tonight about opinions about that. And of course, it means that what we're talking about is increased instructional minutes for kids, family-friendly schedule for families, reducing or eliminating the weekly minimum release so that kids have more time in class. And we look forward to CUTA, negotiating those impacts with us. Again, I don't want to talk too much about it because it's at the table, but since people have discussed about it, I want to make sure that it's clear. It's about increasing instructional time, particularly because of learning loss, particularly because of the needs of students, and particularly because of the voiced opinions of families who have said that this weekly early release is very challenging for them and have shared that with me. And so parent leaders and other families throughout my time. I hope everyone takes care of themselves. This is a time of high anxiety because of Omicron, because of the surge. We do care. We are getting masks out to staff. We continue with pooled testing. I have told every principal in the district to make sure to communicate to teachers and families that if students have to be out because of this, Ed Code requires that we provide them the time to make up that work. So I hope that we can all listen to each other with compassion, with empathy, with grace, and understand that at the end of the day, we are all trying to do what's good for kids and families and for employees and for one another and the COSIDE community. And that would end my remarks.
Thank you. So that ends our remarks section and our comments for tonight. We're moving on to our consent items. Our consent agenda. We have 11 items on that agenda today. I'll take a motion in a second and then we can discuss.
So moved.
Freya?
Second.
And we got Kim. Okay, any questions, comments, anything any of us have on the 11 items on the consent agenda?
I have a question. I noticed I'm on my phone, so I don't have the actual agenda and packet in front of me, but and I think this is more for Dr. Bhatia. I noticed that I guess I'm just curious. I was wondering, I noticed that not all the elementaries are still implementing the same ELD curriculum. And I was just wondering, out of curiosity, if that's, if you have an idea if that's ever going to take place. I mean, I'm sure it is, but I was just curious.
Oh, yes, we actually, just last week, we looked at 2 ELA ELD programs because our goal is to come to you this latest by June with a proposal to adopt a district-wide ELA ELD adoption. Right now, the Wonders Maravillas that's used at Hatch, that's the program that has the embedded ELA and ELD integrated and designated. It's one of the better programs, but we will be piloting. We have an amazing group of teachers that have stepped up and volunteered to pilot Benchmark, which is an ELA and Spanish language arts curriculum with ELD components. And also the other 3 schools they will be piloting Wonders Maravillas. Hatch doesn't need to pilot it because that's their current adopted curriculum. And so we are working towards, that is our goal in our curriculum instruction department, is to have an adoption for ELA ELD, a district-wide, for elementary.
Yes, thank you. I was just wondering, and I'm sure, with your support and our great teachers, this will happen. So thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
Yes, no problem.
Any other questions or comments on the consent agenda? Okay, we're going to move on to general business now, and we have 2 presentations to start us off.
Because of vote.
Can we do?
Oh,
thank you.
Sorry. Sorry.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Sophia? Oh, Sophia is connecting. Kimberly?
Aye.
Lizette?
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye.
Should we wait for Sophia to connect or should we move on? It passes because it's 4-0.
Yeah. Sophia, are you there?
I think it just popped back on. Okay, I'm gonna vote yes, aye.
Thank you, Sophia.
Okay, good, we got her. Okay, moving on to our presentations. We're going to start off with La Costa Adult School Update presentation.
Recording in progress.
Sophia, you got 2 things on there. I think Rosie's bringing in our speaker. There's Matt. Welcome, Matt.
All right. Hello, everybody.
Thank you for being here, Matt.
Oh, wow. My heartbeat's racing. Do we still have everybody here? I think that I think it's prudent for me to probably acknowledge prior comments, if that's okay. And then it's probably, and I won't go too off the cuff, but I have made some notes and I do have a presentation. How long do I have?
As long as you need.
Don't say that. You don't know what you're getting into by saying that.
Matt, we typically recommend 7 minutes and 3 minutes for Q&A, so 10 minutes.
And you are
of course, if you go over, that's okay.
And Mr. Linton, you are agendized for a report on La Costa Adult School. So that's why we're here. So thank you.
Well, muchísimas gracias. Thank you for having me tonight. And I think that it's also probably the first thing I want to do is that I had the land acknowledgement that is on our website. It's our newly adopted Indigenous land acknowledgement. You can go to our website at lcas.cabrillo.k12.ca.us at the bottom of about. And we want to acknowledge that we're on the traditional territory of the Ramaytush, pronounced Ramaytush. They are the original only people of the San Francisco Peninsula. Today, the term Ohlone refers to the communities of Native peoples who live throughout the Bay Area, along the coast, along the bay, and inland toward the Central Valley. Along the San Francisco Peninsula, the Ramaytush Ohlone numbered about 2,000 prior to the arrival of the Spanish in 1769. They lived in approximately 10 tribes, some as small as 40 persons, and others as large as 500 persons. I would recommend The Ohlone Way as a book for any of you that have not at least had an initial endeavor into this. The Ohlone Way. It's quite a fun and important book that discovers and kind of teaches you more about this. So I want to acknowledge that. And I want to acknowledge also the concern from the teachers and from the Hatch parent community, because that's where we are embedded within CUSD. As we know, we're our very small community, and word of mouth and community strife and motivation and positive attitudes go quickly around. It's amazing how much we all know what is going on in the community so quickly, just by talking to our neighbors and talking to the teachers and talking to the students. And so the Hatch community, where La Costa shares its campus with Pilarcitos, is very important to us, as the rest of CUSD. And I wanted you to know that we're looking out and trying to help out the parents, and that I think it's important that we recognize the parents and how we are trying to supplement that other area of learning that is needed, that we're finding at La Costa Adult School, and that we're talking a lot about the needs of the teachers and the staff and the district and the students, and I agree with all of it. But I am glad to hear and thank you, Lizette Cortez, and the work of Leticia Batia and the rest of the team there with migrant education. I know that they're paying attention to some of the needs of our immigrant and migrant community. Thank you to Alas, and thank you to Sean and to Jason Owens, who have helped, guide and to help kind of keep La Costa Adult School going, and to Jesus and the board and Sophia Lane for some of the other work that we're starting to do as far as outreach into the workforce and to the community. And La Costa Adult School really wants to be here. And since looking in early documentation, I found registration goes back at Cunha Middle School, where we were in the early days, all the way back to 1997 and 1998. So I had no idea, just in preparation for this presentation, that at Cunha, that's where some of our early foundings go back to. So after 23 years, instead of just doing mixed ESL classes, as you can see here in referring to the presentation, not funded by the state or federal funds at the time, and I believe with all due respect and rest in peace, and John Corey was one of the foundational community and district leaders that wanted to bring adult school here. So thank you. You can go to the next slide. Okay, so pre-COVID days, I think, is very important here that we talk about today, because we look much different. Though we're starting to bring it back. Already this semester looks better than last semester, but we share a campus with Pilarcitos High School, and so we work closely with team members there, especially Lizette Bedania, as well as Jason Owens. We are now a state and federally funded program, so that's CAPE and WIOA 2 funding. We have our bread and butter in your typical adult school programming is your ESL, which we have 5 levels of, high school equivalency, our CT modern office skills, and we have a Spanish class. So we're still able to maintain through a combination of remote classes as well as in person that we're able to now bring back. We actually have a lot of demand for that. And so as you can see here, we used to have 4 evening classes, 2 mornings, 2 afternoons. We used to work with the senior co-siders. We used to also have church classes at the church down the street. We had financial awareness workshops, job fairs, and a lot of that has changed. So we have not been able to do as many presentations. So last semester we had some presentations start to come back. And we're starting to expand back into the Half Moon Bay Library. And so I would definitely like to give a lot of respect to Annie Malley and her team over at the library. It has been amazing working with them, and they are an outstanding resource. Next slide, please. Okay, so fall semester, we were Wednesday, and we maintained the ESL and HSC and CT program, English as a second language, high school equivalency, and career technical education. And we had remote classes, which we still maintain online and in person. And that's at La Costa, that's there at Pilarcitos, and then as well at Half Moon Bay Library starting this semester. we've been able to expand that. We're finding there's a lot of need, despite COVID and despite some of what's going on, for people they really do want and prefer. And as we know, learning in person is so much better than learning online. Though we have found that depending on people's schedules and whatnot, learning online and distance learning is still a very effective measure. But by and large, most of our students are preferring and would like to have an in-person class. Coastside Hope and Judith Guerrero is also and working with them has been a great collaboration, and they are continuing that this semester by offering citizenship classes. And again, thank you to Cabrillo Unified and Jesus and Sean for working with us to help provide them a space. And so they are back up and running again on Wednesday evenings. And the biggest thing that I think that we are looking at here, and it looks like there might have been one little glitch, but the nursing, we're not doing anything with nursing, and I apologize, that was probably me, but it's working with Sonrisas Dental, which is a local nonprofit, and it looks like as of February 7th, our class will be underway with 2 students. One is an ex-Pilarcitos student who did graduate from Pilarcitos High School and who has been looking to get into the dental or nursing or a pharmacy tech program. And then another student who it was in our ESL 5 program and who is wanting to get into the healthcare profession. And so they're going to help us sort of flesh out what this would look like to build and to have a more effective dental assisting workforce pathway pipeline. Because right now we're finding that just by teaching students computers, which we should have and which we want to embed into every single class from ESL 1 all the way up through ESL 5 and our high school equivalency classes, is we really need to find a way to get them connected with local jobs. And by working with Sonrisas and in collaboration with other local agencies, we're finding that, and the labor market index, that dental assisting in the healthcare profession is booming. And as it has been even prior to COVID. So we're looking at working with them some more. And yeah, I think that's kind of where we're at. Yeah, and so our wait list, we actually have just now registered. We have our classes fully up and running, but we already have a wait list of about 10 students. And I contacted our wait list just this week to get a second batch of students to register. Again, we have a large demand for in-person first, and then remote is, but it's still remote is there because some students really do want it, but in-person is really starting to come back, which is a positive thing for our community. Next slide, please. So as I've mentioned, I think the biggest thing that we can continue to do is define workforce pathways. I've been in large communications with the College of San Mateo and with Cabrillo Unified representatives such as Lisa Longacre and Half Moon Bay High School, and looking at their ag CTE program and really trying to, as well as CEF. And then again, working with the workforce development pathway and the hub there that Sophia and the board is kind of also a part of. So I think that that's our biggest area of need, and that's our biggest area of focus, is finding ways that we can help students upscale their job, and so that they can have more English proficiency and have stackable certificates so that they can really be employable and improve their marketability. And then that's one of our focuses this semester, is helping students fill out job applications and to improve their interview skills. And I think the one thing that we are doing along those lines is the HiSET Test Center. And I think our HiSET Test Center is worth talking about because what that has helped to do is to provide an opportunity for students to get a high school equivalency of their diploma for students who did not successfully complete in our comprehensive traditional K-12 environment, whether that be at Half Moon Bay High School or via Pilarcitos High School. Especially during times of COVID, where students were apprehensive and were not coming to school, the HiSET and passing that, which they're able to do on our campus. Lizette Bendania is our proctor, and we have that every Saturday upon scheduling and upon need. But we've probably helped, I think, about 4 to 6 students that are within the Cabrillo Unified System now obtain their high school equivalency. And I think that filling that gap and helping them to keep moving forward has been essential to also building that workforce pathway pipeline, because unfortunately what we would see is them come back to us. When I first started about 4 years ago with La Costa Adult School, they would be coming back to us at 23, 24, 27 years old, saying, I used to go to school around here, or I kind of went to school here for a couple of years. I just didn't finish this diploma. And it's so much harder for students to come back to school at that point. So the HSC, the high school equivalency, whether that be through the GD or through the HiSET, has been also, I'd say, a real big win for us and just for the COSI community, so that they can keep moving forward. I think, yeah, next slide. I think we're probably at questions. I think that's about my 10. Perfect. Yeah, not too bad.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Are there any questions, comments, concerns, whether it be from the public, the board, or the like? Hay preguntas o pensamientos. Por favor, hablo español si hay preguntas en español. If there's any questions in Spanish or English, let me know.
Hi, Matt. Thank you for your presentation. In a community that has such diversity and need, I see that this is really a gift to the community. My question, I have actually two questions. How many students are you actually serving right now?
So we are serving about approximately about 60 to 70 students. In a pre-COVID time, we would hit about 180 to 200.
Okay. And as
yeah.
Okay.
Small but mighty. I kind of tell people we're like a boutique adult school. We're a rural adult school. And for those of you that don't refer to us, or if it's not acknowledged that Half Moon Bay is a rural community, I think that we need to start using that vernacular, because what we're realizing actually is that we need to have a specialized kind of a targeted approach to how we're building our programs. For example, I was talking with College of San Mateo, sorry to cut you off, Kimberly, but we might have to offer more like not for credit programs so that we don't have to have enrollment capacity issues. This might be one strategy. And I think that we really need to be creative, and I appreciate all the different meetings and endeavors out there, whether it's through the city or through this board and through other, kind of approaches that are out there right now, because we have to be creative and figure out a way, I think, to engage our community and to help them moving forward as far as the workforce goes. But they're not going to be, we don't have these large classes. We don't have large capacities. What I'm seeing. We're not hitting like San Mateo and Bay Area schools where they're having 25, 30 students in their classes, literally. We're on a usually smaller 7 to 10, 5 to 15 in that, right?
So is the focus really more on path to workforce and adult competency, or is it broader in terms of community? And the reason I say that, while you think about your answer, I'm trying to stitch together some of what I heard Lizette talking about and working with Dr. Bhatia, and how we reach parents. I realize that, if you come from a household whose parents have grown up in school systems and have gone to college, that's a different household experience than families that have not. And so how might we, maybe it's not so much a class, but is there an opportunity with La Costa and funds and resources you might have available that we might explore a different type of offering that helps build relationships, build community to support parents to better support their own students? And this is me just being curious, and sorry if it's a little awkward the way I
No, this is perfect. So pre-COVID, again, working with Mr. Porcel at Hatch when he was the principal there, Griselda and the staff there again, that we were trying to have, and we did start, we had maybe 2 parents only show, but on Fridays, we had a whole development. We had a whole plan. We thought it was going to work. We surveyed the parents. We sent home stuff with the students. We thought that they would want to go to this parent class that we were hosting at 9 a.m. on Fridays after they would drop off. We determined that after they dropped off their students, there would be this free moment and free time. They're already a captive audience. We could provide a workshop or a daytime class there. And unfortunately, we just didn't get the turnout. We did get a few parents that came and they gave us a lot of good anecdotal feedback on what we could do to improve that kind of endeavor for the future. And then COVID hit. But I think that there is something there, and I've always wanted to have a family engagement capacity and improve that component to what we're doing. And that is under the scope of the adult school, and that is under the scope of our We Owe It To grant, and that is under the kind of where we should be having more alignment. But it's been a tough one to engage some of the community members, I would say, and especially because we have a difference. We have a varying community that I think we all are aware of. And so the different needs, and whether we have parents that work one job or don't have, or homemakers, or that work 3 jobs, and that are also homemakers, or that are in single parents and that may have various other issues going on. So if I were to answer your question though, I think if we were to look at a kind of a triple circle Venn diagram, that we have our community needs as far as ESL, and really just getting basic, we are a rural community again. We have a lot of migrant, immigrant communities, whether it be via agriculture or via what's going on. For example, we just had a giant influx of students that came from Honduras. I've never seen this before. And in talking with my teammate, Jacinda Kim, we said, what's going on? And I went up and asked the students. She said, all of these students today, 75% of them are all from Honduras. And that was during the first week of January. We all know things are going on in the world, but that was an interesting direct influx. And we've seen similar patterns from different countries, Venezuela a few years ago and the like. So I would say that we have these immediate needs for these students and for people that are adults that come to our community, to provide them language skills and to give them, by and large, they are there to learn English, because they're already working. They are already working. The most of them already have jobs. They just need to be more productive, and they need language to help them, I think, grow within their jobs. So then the second part to that is then, and that's where where we've been pushing in with this pilot with Coastside Hope, because we are not looking to duplicate services. So we're working with Judith Guerrero to have citizenship classes, and because we have the space, and that's a big thing, is to not duplicate services, by the way. If anything, we should just be adding value and adding more days just for what it's worth. So we're trying out Wednesdays. I've already thrown out that we can add more days and we can adjust the schedule as needed, because thanks to Cabrillo Unified again. And the reason I say that is because La Costa Adult School and Cabrillo Unified are like together, but there's a weird separation of how they kind of roll with the budgets and the different things and how they align. So it's great that we have a great working relationship. I can't say that I don't think that's the way it is in all districts and all counties. So thank you. But Cabrillo, portable number 1 at Cunha Middle School. Cunha Middle School is where we're using. So Judith knows that space is there to keep expanding that citizenship class. Okay, so that's one component. The next thing is then we have the CTE workforce pathway. And we have, how are we getting our current students that are graduating out of Half Moon Bay High School, out of Pilarcitos, or that are current members of our community. For example, current parents that are working in the restaurants, that are working in hospitality, that are housekeepers, and then have a myriad of other jobs. But by and large, they tend to be in the hospitality domain. So how can we get them, and how can we provide workforce pathways for them, whether it be dental assisting, whether it be for water treatment program through SAMS, whether it be to get more individuals into the facilities maintenance, custodial, janitorial track with Cabrillo Unified, whether it be getting more the people trained to become teachers' aides and to become tutors and to work in our schools. So these are all things that actually La Costa has been able to do. And we've been able to get people jobs and full-time jobs. It's not a ton of people, but I think, a few people a year, if not more. And I think there's growing momentum. So I hope that's not a too long of a winded answer, but I would say that's sort of where we're at, is that, but then I think, well, hold on a second here. So if we do want to speak to the other part of our community that is not in need of a job, that is not needing ESL, not needing citizenship, that does not have a kid at the hatch, and is not a parent, that is where our Spanish class comes in. And that is where our community classes, and typically those consist of actually Cabrillo Unified employees. They're either typically Cabrillo Unified employees, or we had a recent student from Seacrest School, or they're retired or community members. So that I think is also something that we can do and that we've been successful in doing, is maintaining a Spanish program so that we equitably can try to provide language support to our entire COSED community.
Thank you, Matt.
You're very welcome.
Hi, Matt, Sophia. Sorry, my video's not on. If you were here earlier, I was having challenges with
I was there. No
internet.
worries. I understand the internet vortex of having.
Yes, it doesn't happen very often, but when it does, it's no fun. Anyway, it's great to see you again. I just want to thank you for your presentation tonight. Thank you for your active participation. You've been an integral member of the workforce, the COSED workforce development roundtable that we've convened. And to just say, there are two words that you said a few times in your presentation tonight that I really, really like and I want to highlight. The first one is partnership, and the second one is creativity. And I think that your description of your work and what I've seen from it as well through our work together in the roundtable is really like those two things. And thirdly, your student focus. I think that's really the key to making, that's the secret sauce, right? Like that key ability to be able to work with others. And you mentioned several partners, the Half Moon Bay High School, Pilarcitos, the library, COSED Hope, and it's like constantly thinking. And I think what that makes it sustainable for you and your team to be able to do what you're doing effectively, and for you to be able to actually do what our families need and do what our parents and our community members and our students need. So I just want to say, I feel like that I can see that comes like your focus is on the students and really understanding what they need through them, right? Honoring them as the first voice, not thinking I'm the expert, I know because I'm smart, right? Which you are, and you are. However, but being able to talk directly with your students and understand from them, and to take that feedback to say, wow, we had 2 people show up. Why was that? And like learn from it and constantly do that over and over and over again. That's what education is all about. That shows your lifelong learning, that shows our lifelong learning as an organization. And I'm thankful for that. So no questions, just that feedback and that observation. Say thank you for your focus on your students and really addressing their needs through partnership, and creativity. And thank you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Matt,
it's been a pleasure.
Can you talk a little bit?
It's been a pleasure. I really enjoy this game. I enjoy working with the community in there. So it's a labor of love, Sophia, and the rest of you.
Good. It shows. Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
I have a question about budget. Can you talk a little bit about how you're budgeted and how that changes year to year? I mean, I don't think you come out of our general fund, but I'm just curious if every year is a struggle or if it's kind of set or how that all works.
Yeah, I didn't know if that was appropriate for this meeting. So since you asked, I didn't know if that's okay, Sean, and everybody here, we're all right, we're good to go. So yeah, I didn't know where to go because I was actually going to mention something about that. Mary Beth. So thank you for giving me the license to go ahead and do that. Okay. All right. Hay mucho entender sobre la escuela de adultos. There's a lot to understand about the adult school. And I think the biggest thing is understanding that these 2 grants, the CAPE and WIO grant, help to fund us. And we're actually like a totally separate entity is how CAPE and WIOA look at us than Cabrillo Unified. I would say the one thing that it does and the way that we are governed and that we do need to have an alignment, which is why I'm so happy that we have a functional and actually an outstanding relationship, is because Sean needs to sign off on a lot of stuff. And Sean is technically the LEA rep, and he's technically in Cabrillo Unified, sort of the umbrella that La Costa falls under. So what you have here, La Costa Adult School, since we're couched under Cabrillo Unified, which is wise, because you could have other adult schools, remember, that have nothing to do with the unified school district. They could be maybe a nonprofit. They could be some sort of charter. Or they could be. I've seen kind of a weird spectrum. So we're kind of a traditional adult school in one form or another. We're a $400,000 program. Okay. So right now we get the majority of our money through CAPE, through our state funding, $345,000. And then there's another supplemental fund that when I first started about 4 years ago, I see early marks, and I do have to give respect to Shari Deghi. I believe she was one of the original founding members of La Costa Adult School and kind of getting things going and kind of getting these grants started, which was no small feat. And then to do the application for funding through WIOA and to get all those things started and to be within the timeline to do that is actually, it takes some savviness, I would say. So however you guys did that, and again with John Corey and the rest of that team prior to me coming here, was orchestrated well, in my opinion. And the reason that is because you have a large amount of money that you're able to operate the school with. And I don't want to see that money have to be given back, which would have to be that we can't have an effective flow in and a flow out, right? First in and first out. And we can't use our funds within that 2-3 period, as you know, right, with these different allotments and how funding cycles go. So COVID has been a hampering to that. And so we haven't been able to spend, and we haven't had the programming that we normally would. So every 3 years, we're funded through our consortium, which is Excel, ACCEL, and they get a pool of $9 million plus for the consortium that is distributed between Skyline Community College, Kenyatta College, and College of San Mateo. And then the 5 adult schools, San Mateo Adult School, South San Francisco Adult School, Jefferson Adult School, La Costa Adult School, and Sequoia Adult School. And the idea here is that the 5 adult schools work with the 3 community colleges, who then work under our workforce development board, which is NOVA, which is honestly a little bit defunct. And so that needs to be repaired because they're largely based out of Santa Clara Valley and they're based out of Sunnyvale, and they can't quite have the hold that they need out of San Mateo itself. So we don't quite have the workforce development board that some other counties and districts do. But we're still, I would say, effective, but we could be more effective and we could be leveraging our funds more. And so right now, between COVID and our drop in programming, we actually have an excess. We have a bit of a carryover, right? We only spent, as other schools, about 75% of what they would have last year because of the drop in programming. But to be honest with you, some adult schools didn't even operate last year. Some adult schools didn't even come to the table. They just took the COVID opt-out is what I kind of am having to realize. And I didn't know that was an option. I'm glad we never took it because I don't know how, and I think it's going to be very hard for some of them to bring it back. So we've been maintaining it remote, and now we're adding value again, in person, and the STEAM's kind of carrying. So actually, I just did a long talk yesterday to all the different classes about our protocols and reminding them about all of our protocols in Spanish and in English and fielded questions because we want to keep a secure and safe environment so that students keep going and so that they don't want to stop. And I think that if we can keep that momentum forward, then we should be fine. And if we have the dental assisting program, I spoke with the technology department, and I want to give respect as well to Stig and Jorge and Eric and their team there. And to all that they've done and in the past few years. So they have 36 new Chromebooks that we just picked up yesterday. So that's going to be a tab. Our dental assisting program, MOU, and our pilot of that will be a different tab. So I think we'll be able to spend down the excess monies just fine for this year. But looking forward to 2022 and 23, we will have the same monies, I would expect. WIOA doesn't get we're not in that WIOA cycle for the 45,000 for 2 more years, but our CAPE, our consortium of poll that we get, that 345,000 will be, I think next year or the year following, we're having to reapply for our 3-year plan. And our 3-year plan gets submitted, I believe, in June. So sorry, is that about right? Is that a good enough synopsis? Do you want more?
Yeah, that's good.
I could probably keep
No, that's good. Thank you.
Okay.
So just real quick, Matt, did you have another question, Mary Beth?
No,
just
sorry.
to follow up on that. So is that pool of money relatively stable that the community college and the other adult schools kind of split up? Is that a relatively stable state funding, or is that something that can come and go on a state level?
It's stable, I think, and it's a lot of based off, the governor's budget and all of that. It's all part and parcel as well with that. But to me, it looks stable, and there's a lot of good energy towards adult ed.
And then
I think it could be dropped. I think that it will be dropped. I think it probably, to be honest with you, is an interesting amount. I think that probably does need to be reassessed as far as how the $9 million is distributed within San Mateo County. We are going through federal program monitoring right now, and that's just, we're on our cycle, and that was all the other adult schools. And I think that honestly, the ship or the plane has been built, though it was done mid-air, as some of us know and have seen the changes, if any of you are familiar with adult school. And I think that they now have a kind of a good sense on where things are. And I think CAPE and WIOA have aligned themselves much better. And so I think with these funding sources, now they're looking at things, I think now they're, I think they're at a point of just providing some stability. Oh, that's what I was going to say. So when I first started, it was $105,000 is what we were getting from WIOA, from the federal government. And now we're just at 45. Right. So I think they've stabilized our payment points. They've stabilized the number of students we have, and we have that. We've kept steady. COVID definitely threw us a wrench, but otherwise we've kept steady.
And then I was wondering about, some of the requirements under LCFF for the regular school, the unified school, has been about homeless as well as foster and other. And I was wondering if there was anything particular in all of these initiatives that are coming across for addressing homeless issues in the state, whether there's any particular initiatives for adult schools linked to homeless services and education in particular, trying to get them off the streets and other things. It just seemed like that's an area where there could potentially be more room for growth as we're housing more homeless and then providing them with those steps out. I was wondering if that discussion had come at all.
You know what? Just through Victor Guzman, I believe, through the city of Half Moon Bay, I believe, and some of the work that they're doing with the renovated space behind Tres Amigos and whatnot. I have reached out. I am available. I would agree with you. So I don't know. I mean,
in particular, the state's talking about a ton more funding, and it seems like this is a huge bridge for our homeless population. Is let's get them housing, but then also get them education so they can pull themselves up. Those that can, right? There are probably some that have other issues, but I was just curious if there was any kind of discussion on the state level. Just thought I'd throw that out there.
Not that I've heard, but I mean, I guess for what it's worth and for the sake of this discussion tonight is that we are open and available, and that we're free, and that we don't ask people their social security numbers. So anybody can come to us. And so I will say that is that we are open and accepting. Of anybody to come, especially for our high school equivalency program, and we could take students right now, and our ESL. So I would say that we definitely are not pushing anybody away. I have not had anybody come specifically ask about this as far as where we're at La Costa. On how we can maybe help bridge this, though I would agree with you, Freya, that I think there probably is room there. As far as the state goes, and as far as funding goes, I have not heard of much endeavors as far as how money is going to be allocated towards this for adult school. I don't know. I don't have a direct thought on how we could provide. I guess my only thought would be probably going to them, is that's what worked. Like for the senior co-siders, we went to the group of seniors there and provided ESL. So maybe you would go and provide some support services at their actual agency. But we can talk later. I'm always up for ideas.
And I just want to chime in on that front too. We're very fortunate to have in the coast side Abundant Grace, a local nonprofit that is doing a lot of work with persons experiencing homelessness. And part of their remit or their mission, if you will, is helping people get into the workforce. I think, that would be a partnership that would be probably essential if pursuing kind of work that we could do that's relevant in that space.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much. Any other questions before we let him go on his way?
I just want to jump in and say, Matt, you are a valued colleague. And a kindred spirit, and you bring a passion to the work. And I always appreciate your attention to detail and your interest in providing quality programs to people who really need it. I do want to thank you in particular for the partnership that you've had with Coastside Hope and Judith Guerrero to provide citizenship classes, which, if I'm not mistaken, are offered on the Cunha campus and the portables over there. And I'm glad we got that going. And I know that was like a pilot for you, but we look forward to ongoing partnership with you. It is the case that adult school funding is very different than our school funding. And so Matt kind of operates in a way that, you know, he reports to us as an umbrella, but we are just very fortunate to have him as a leader at the adult school, and have really appreciated all you've done for the program and for your students and for the Coastside, Matt.
Thank you. I'm just gonna...
I also would like to quickly just thank you, Matt, and it's nice to put a face to your name. I don't forget faces, but I'm horrible with names. And thank you for everything that you do and your flexibility and just always trying to improve what, you know, at one point, you know, you thought was going to work, and just reinventing this whole, you know, process with adults and education. So thank you for everything. And thank you for being here.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Hey, and before we let you go, I know Rosie put this in the chat, but if any of the public has a comment or a question about this agenda item, if you could raise your hand and we'll get you in here for a comment. Okay, I don't see any hands raised, but I just wanted to make sure we covered that. Okay, thank you very much. That was interesting. And we'll see you another time.
All right, anytime, email me. I'm always available.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to our next presentation, update on Safe Routes to School program and special project.
I believe Carleen Foldenauer will present tonight on this. And Jason Owens is coming on. Jason, do you want to introduce Carleen and the work that SRTS, Safe Routes to Schools, does?
Absolutely, I'd be happy to. Good evening, board members. Dr. McFetridge, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight and share with you our 10 years strong of being part of the Safe Routes to School program. I have personally had the pleasure of working with Carleen Foldenauer, who absolutely facilitates all of our Safe Routes to School initiatives, funding. Carleen is an amazing one-woman show, and what she manages to do with the small amount of grant funding that we receive from Safe Routes to Schools is absolutely phenomenal. I can't speak enough about all of the good things that she has done and the safety improvements that she's helped to make through the infrastructure of our crosswalks and all different kinds of things that help our entire community not only be more economical by walking and rolling to school, but to be safe in that process as well. I won't go on and on, I could, but I will hand it over to the person who knows the most about what we're talking about tonight, and that would be Carleen.
Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here this evening to talk about 10 years, continuous 10 years of Safe Routes to School at Cabrillo Unified School District. And I also wanted to thank Jason so much for his guidance and support for, I believe it's been 4 years, which is hard to imagine, and for putting up with being CC'd on many, many, many emails every week. So
I think my favorite part's the headband, Carleen.
Yes. Especially made for you. All right, next slide, please. So for those of you who may not be familiar with what Safe Routes to School is all about, just to put it really simply, we aim to enable more students to walk and bike to school or skateboard, scooter, take active transportation. And so this is done through advocating for safer routes by working with the community, Half Moon Bay City, the county, and other partners, and also by providing student education programs and encouragement events such as walk and roll to school days. So our ultimate goal is to improve student health and well-being, and of course, reduce traffic, which I think we all want, which would result in decreased pollutants and cleaner communities. That's the mural that we did at Kelly and Highway 1 last year, working with the Boys and Girls Club, actually Cunha students and maybe a few Hatch students as well. Ellen Silva was the artist on that project, but this is, of course, student artwork. Next slide. And so you may ask, why are we putting all this effort into, walking and rolling to school? There's so many benefits, but these are just a few. Of course, we talked about the well-being of students. You're probably going to recognize some of the parents that volunteered for that walk and roll event in the photo there. Of course, I think one of the most important parts of walking and biking is being a part of your community. Walking through your community, meeting the people in your community, socializing with your family and your friends that you're walking and rolling with, and just having some fun on your way to and from school. The other wonderful thing about walking and biking is that it encourages independence for all students, and more specifically for the more mature, possibly middle school, high school students, who can walk on their own or bike alone without a parent. The other thing is that when more of us are walking and biking, then there's going to be more emphasis on safety infrastructure. So the more we do it, the more emphasis there will be. So we want to continue the momentum. And of course, as we said, decreasing traffic congestion, improving air quality. So next slide, please. So the way that this is funded is through the San Mateo County Safe Routes to School grant, which is managed by the Office of Education and has been, as I believe, is the entire time funded by CCAG. And the last few years, at least, the infrastructure funding or special project funding has been through the Transportation Authority. So we have received around $400,000 over the past 10 years. So that averages to about $40,000 per year. The majority of that is non-infrastructure funding, which of course includes my part-time payroll and educational events and various other things that we fund. As you can see, the larger part of our funding is non-infrastructure. Because the infrastructure is not a given every year, but CUSD has taken advantage every year that it has been available. So the next slide. And so, of course, with every grant, there comes plenty of grant requirements. And two of the grant requirements are parent surveys and student tallies. So first, I want to say thank you to all of the teachers who are still in this meeting for tallying students, and some of you for 10 years. It's a 2-day tally. They tally how they come and they go to school. I put 2 years up here. Last year, we didn't do it for the first time ever because students weren't coming to school physically. So I just wanted to do a little comparison of 2019 and 2021 this year. You'll see that we had 23% walking and rolling in 2019. I think we had the 8 years of built up momentum. I think it was 8 years at that point. And then this year it was 18% walked and rolled. So I think that we can get that momentum back. It doesn't concern me. We also had some changes that may have attributed to those numbers. So the school buses for Moonridge and to 92 and Main Street no longer exists. So we went from 6% to 1%. And then of course, I think maybe some students and parents were somewhat uncomfortable, getting on a bus with the pandemic. So I definitely with the passes, that the pilot program that's coming up with Samtrans, with the free passes that are going out to, I guess it's about maybe a third of our students. I imagine we're going to see an uptick in Samtrans ridership. I hope we do. So the goal is obviously to reduce that red number, the family vehicle number. So we're at 67%, and we can certainly work on that and will work on that. So the next slide. Next slide, please. So we talked a little bit about encouragement events. These are, mostly county sponsored. We participate, CUSD participates in most of the county events, not all. Of course, we are required to participate. The two that we put the most emphasis on are the 2 walk and roll days, one in October, so fall, and then one in the spring in May. The Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day is more of a social justice walk to school day, and I know you know all about that because you've done the resolution. And then, of course, Earth Day. It's good to include those because that gives the schools, specifically like Kings Mountain, who really don't have a safe route to school, something that they can participate in, probably more on an educational level. And you'll see here where students are, typically the county will have a poster contest for these encouragement events. And we have had many contest winners at Cabrillo Unified, and you'll see them receiving their recognition for their winning posters. Next slide, please. And then educational events, of course, is a big part of what we spend our funding on. We have supported the Dolphin Club at El Granada for many years. We typically fund their spring bike program, or at least work with them, and pay part of the funding depending upon how much funding we receive in a year. We support Peter Monica's bike mechanics classes and club with tools and parts and whatever the funding will allow us to fund. School assemblies like BMX, stunt shows, which are very exciting. And believe it or not, they actually do talk about bike safety in those shows, but they're a big hit. And then up in the far right corner, you see there Marine Science Institute talking about human impact on marine wildlife. So we'll be doing some of those later this spring as well. And then the bike mobile down in the far right corner, they're awesome. They show up with their van and full of tools and parts and educate students and families on, how to repair their bikes and do a free bike repair clinic. So we try to do that once or twice a year. We have one coming up on February 17th from 2 to 4:30. That'll be actually, we're going to try doing it at the Half Moon Bay Recreation Center this year, which is, we thought maybe would be kind of a central location for everyone. So the next slide. So special projects, that was I think it was $74,000. So what we've spent that money on over the years have been walk and bike audits at most schools. We've been trying for, I think it's been 2 years at El Granada to do one. We are working right now to try to, it was obviously rescheduled due to the pandemic. So we are hoping to do that this spring. We've done bike racks, skate docks, the solar lighting pilot at Lewis Foster Drive at the high school, which ended up with the school district paying for lighting down the whole driveway. The mural, of course, last year. And then we have a safety improvement project at Pilarcitos Avenue and Kelly Avenue that we're super excited about. And we have Maz Bazarginia from the city here he's a city engineer at Half Moon Bay, to talk about the project. They were partnered with us to get the funding for this. So the next slide. So here we are, we like to get out in the community and go to where our students live. We've done many, many events at Moonridge and have a wonderful partnership with them. Unfortunately, it's been a while since we've been over there. We often attend their events or specifically schedule bike events over there. We've given away free helmets and free bikes, and we also started doing that at Main Street Park a few years ago. That one's a little bit harder because they don't really have a lot of space to do bike rodeos and things like that, but we're making it work. This summer, we went to Pillar Ridge Mobile Home Community. I believe it was called Safety Fair there, and the students made the yard signs for safety in their neighborhood. It was very fun. We enjoyed it. And then, of course, we had bike events at the Youth Summit for, I don't know, 7 or 8 years. And then down in the far right corner, I am at the Big Lift Fair, and I believe that was the day before everything shut down completely for the pandemic. And then the next slide, please. So obviously, we're Safe Routes to School, so we're going to be supporting infrastructure projects to make it safer for our students. These are some of the projects that I remembered. I'm sure there's more. Most of these projects are really spurred by parent concerns, administrator concerns, staff concerns. One example down near the bottom there was where the crossing improvements made at Church and Miramontes, where we added the 3-way stop with the pavement markings. Maz Bazarginia was actually brand new as the city engineer, and we called upon him, and he quickly resolved our issue for us and has been a wonderful partner ever since. But this project came up, it was by Kurt Murray, I believe, a teacher at Cunha. You know, he was out there in the mornings and the afternoon kind of doing the student safety and called this to our attention. So just want to thank any community member who comes forward and calls out these issues so that we can do something about them. So next slide. So there are several projects kind of in the works right now. One thing that just recently came up is at Farallon View Elementary School, where unfortunately a student was hit by a vehicle, and he is okay. But we have been working with the parent, and Amy McVicker and myself have been working with the Mid-Coast Community Council to try to get where we have these uncontrolled crossings in Montara, many of them, and I know we have those in El Granada as well, to at least the ones closest to the schools to get some stop signs there. So it's in process. Let's hope we get what we want. But moving to this particular project that's on the slide, I've been working with business services basically, I believe, since the beginning of the school year on many safety related issues kind of around the district office, Hatch Elementary, Pilarcitos High School. So one part of it was kind of our concern about that crosswalk along the Pilarcitos driveway at the back, where it connects over to Hatch and then you cross over to Miramontes to Hatch. So it's a heavily traveled drive by parents dropping and picking up students at Hatch. Based on my 2-day observations, it appears that about 20% of our students are crossing that driveway by foot, bicycle, skateboard, or scooter, along with parents. Just to let you know, from the tallies, Hatch had 25% of their students walking and rolling. So the majority of their students are crossing over that particular crosswalk. Historically, Hatch has had an extremely high percent of pedestrians and bicyclists, up to 35%. So, it could even be more if we get back up to that level. So from what I recall, when the driveway was put in, I'm guessing it was 2016 or 2017, the gates were closed on both ends. And then in 2018 in October, the district made the decision to open the gate. So if you can just go to the next slide. So there on the left are my observations in the morning and in the afternoon. One, clearly there has to be, luckily we have the Hatch Blue Team member on duty crossing students there. It's absolutely necessary. Paul does a great job with that. 88 children I counted crossing in the morning and 119 in the afternoon. Now the adult crossings, of course, they're coming and then they're going. So that counts as 2 crossings there in the numbers, just so you're aware of that. Definitely, we found that more students were walking with parents in the mornings, and in the afternoon, they were more pairing up with other students to walk home because, of course, parents are at work. There's some other issues listed there, some of which we're actually working on right now. And this is really just more informational. No decisions have really been made regarding this study, so to say, but you know, it's something definitely worth looking into more closely. Next slide. And so actually this fits perfectly with our special project that we received funding for, because it is also in this vicinity, and the community for many years has expressed the need for improvements at Pilarcitos and Kelly, of course. You know, we have a history there that is very painful. One of our students was killed at that intersection. I believe it was back in 2004. So this is something we don't forget. And this has come up many, many times in many different ways. And the city started working with us on this. I think it was, you know, about the time Maz came on board as the city engineer, and they came out and they were observing during walk and roll to school days. And the decision was made in 2019 that they would make the safety upgrades. But unfortunately, the project was cut during the pandemic. So last spring, we partnered together with them to apply for the Safe Routes to School funding. It was a $20,000 limit. We applied for $20,000 and received $14,000. I wanted to thank Lisette Cortez for her input and guidance on that particular project. And also the Hatch Elementary and Cooney Intermediate PTOs who provided support letters for the grant application. So we received the $14,000, and the city is in process of working on it. The wonderful part of this is that they are going to fund, you know, probably 3 times as much as we received. I guess Maz can tell you more about that. But they are also adding a second intersection to the safety project, which we have had a lot of feedback from parents on as well. So I'm not sure how you want to do it, if you want to ask questions or if you want to move to Maz and then we can answer questions afterwards. I'm not sure.
We can see if anyone's got a question now. If anyone's got a question now, speak up. And for the public too, if you have comments about this presentation or the next one, raise your hand and we'll get your comment in as well. Okay, it looks like we don't have anything pressing, so let's move on to the next presentation and then we can come back for any questions.
Thank you for the opportunity to present and speak with you tonight. We do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Arlene, you're a fantastic partner, and thank you so much for all you do.
Pleasure.
Thank you, Carlene, for being here, and it's nice to see your face. And it's amazing to see all the work you've been doing and keeping the kids in the community safe. So
thank you.
I was going to save my comments for the end, but since we're in thank you mode, I'll thank you as well, Carlene. I think a lot of what you do is, I don't want to say invisible, but not recognized, I think widely, is in terms of how important it is. It's kind of like the quiet stuff in the background that is the foundation around how we can get kids to school, which is how kids can be at school and learn and grow and play and thrive. But it's so important. And you're, again, as I mentioned with Matt, I think the key theme of what I hear from you is partnership all along the way with your colleagues, partnership with other agencies in the city and the county. And these are difficult slogs. I know that you go through. It's not like you can snap your fingers and it happens overnight. It's, you know, this stuff is really long and laborious, but super important, and that you do it with such grace and positivity, I don't know if that's the right word, but just kind of like such a good constructive mindset, I think, and always trying to do better and improve. And I love it. So I'm just really grateful for all that you do.
Thank you, Carlene. And Sean, Mary Beth, just have a question, clarification. The Kelly project presentation is a separate item. Can we combine comments, or do we have to do it separately?
Actually, it's agendized as the same item. So I believe it's still item C. And so,
yes, sorry, you're right.
Yeah, no problem. That's good to clarify. So always good for us to make sure that we're addressing this in the right way. So I think we could get that next presentation up now as item C.
And I do actually have one question, and I don't know, this can wait till this may relate to city work as well, but I've heard some feedback and have observed myself as well, some concerns about Lewis Foster Drive during commute hours, during in and out of school hours, particularly that intersection, but also the road up and down itself, because it's not very wide. And we do thankfully have a lot of our kids, particularly on bike and on foot, which makes it harder for the bikes to be in the sidewalk. So they tend to be a little crazy on the streets. So is that on your radar as far as kind of potential next, the kind of study work that you do when you examine potential issues?
Actually, I did see some of the questions that the board put forth, and we were working on a response to those questions. Two things I would like to mention. We have talked this year about the bicyclists and how difficult it is on Lewis Foster Drive. There was an audit done in, I believe it was finalized in January 2015 for Half Moon Bay High School. And there was we've done a lot on that. Many of the recommendations have been completed. But the one recommendation was to widen the pathway that's parallel to Lewis Foster Drive. But unfortunately, because in places it is wide enough, in other places it's more narrow. So it would include kind of cutting into the bank to be able to provide a wider pathway all the way up. So that would require money. It could be something that we may decide we want to try to get some funding for through Safe Routes to School, but I don't know much about the cost of such a thing. But I'm guessing that it would be fairly expensive to do that. So that's something to consider. Another thing was we had done a study jointly with the city. The CUSD and the city paid for a study back in 2015 as well to look at concerns. Most of the concerns were handled very well. The one that we were not able to implement due to funding was the possibility of a midway crosswalk with rapid flashing beacons, where you press the button and go, maybe like 200 feet up Lewis Foster Drive. Because if you've ever been over there during the time when the kids are coming down the hill, they're crossing there anyway. Because it's difficult to cross at the actual crossing at the bottom of Lewis Foster Drive. So that could also be a potential project that we could apply for funding. But again, I'm guessing it's going to be more than 20,000. It might not be that far off. There probably need to be some sidewalk put in. And then that would take you directly over to the crossing on Main Street that already exists with the rapid flashing beacons, which was part of the project, that the city implemented from the 2015 meetings.
Thank you. That makes a lot of sense. And I think, I know especially the space is challenging because it kind of drops off too on the Podesta property side. And we don't have a lot of width to expand on as you described. So I don't know if there are other creative solutions like having a crossing guard there or some kind of traffic control, I guess would be more than a crossing guard per se, or changing directions of the flow of traffic in the morning and the afternoon. I don't know, just because again, as much as we can kind of think about creative solutions, for sure, I think, because the challenges that you described, I agree, are very real in terms of the physical changes are tough. So maybe it's brainstorming with families or kids can sometimes come up with interesting ideas that maybe we wouldn't. So that could be kind of an interesting question.
Yes, and I think everybody is aware that we have explored crossing guards in the past, and it's always been this question of, who's going to be responsible for the crossing guards, the liability of the crossing guard situation. Also hiring and getting people that actually want to do those jobs, which are a couple hours and not great pay. So it's just, it's difficult. Crossing guards are a difficult solution. So I'm not saying we couldn't do that. We could absolutely re-explore that if that's what we think is the right thing to do.
That makes sense. Thank you, Carlene.
Great, thank you. Okay, let's get the next presentation up about this same agenda item.
Thanks for being here, Moz.
Absolutely. Thanks, everyone. I'm Moz Mozarguni. I'm the city engineer with Half Moon Bay. Thank you, Carlene, for the introduction and the kind words. Carlene has to put up with me as well. She's the district rep for the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee. So thanks for putting up with me, Carlene.
It's a pleasure.
It's nice to be here tonight. I've been with the city of Half Moon Bay since about 2018, and I have been living in the coast side since a little bit after that. So I'm not only an employee in the city, but I also live on the coast and I have kids in the Cabrillo Unified School District. So happy to be here presenting tonight. Next slide, please. So we're completing this project. We're completing to address some of the common theme elements that Carlene highlighted earlier, and that was identified through various studies and outreach to parents. So obviously, like a lot of things, safety is foremost important to us, and that's one of the main reasons why we're conducting this project. We want to improve accessibility for all users, as well as some traffic calming elements, which I'll touch on a little bit later. Next slide, please. So the project location, as Carlene mentioned, we are looking at the intersection of Pilarcitos Avenue and Kelly Avenue to increase, to finish off the crosswalks on each of the legs, as well as some rapid flashing beacons. I have a little bit more information on that. We're also looking at incorporating some safety and crossing improvements at the intersection of Palisades Lorraine and Kelly Avenue. And we actually do have a little bit of speed calming, traffic calming improvement in mid-block, which I'll also highlight in a little bit. Next slide, please. All right, so for the Kelly and Pilarcitos intersection, we're looking at closing off the crosswalks. We currently have two-legged crosswalk, one on the west side of Kelly, and then the one on the south side to the entrance. We're looking to finish that off with a crosswalk on the north side, as well as a crosswalk on the east. Now in this picture, this is one of the older drafts. We are actually squaring it up a little bit. That's a little bit long of a crossing distance for folks. So that bottom right of that crosswalk, if you can imagine, it's going to be rotated a little bit closer to the other crosswalk on the south. As I mentioned, we're looking at rapid flashing beacons. Originally, we're considering putting them on timers, but considering that we have a lot of different users and feedback from folks, as well as Carlene, we are going forward with push activated flashing beacons. We also have to upgrade some of the curb ramps to meet current ADA standards, which adds a little bit to the cost of the project, but we're going to take care of the two ramps on the northern side of Kelly at Pilarcitos. And while we're doing all this work with the new striping, we're also going to repair the asphalt surface of those areas. Otherwise, the paint will not last too long, and we figured it's a good time to address some of those pavement concerns at the same time before we put these nice improvements in. Next slide, please. So at the other intersection of Kelly and Alsace Lorraine, we've also heard a lot of complaints from the community about concerns about crossing. There were some close calls with some community members being nearly hit, and I know the community's reached out to Carlene on this intersection. We've heard about them as well. So on this one, we're looking at again adding the high visibility crossings. At this location, we don't have any crosswalks. So that's what we would be looking at doing, as well as adding some ADA ramps on some of the legs to ensure ADA access. And the interesting component to this one is that we're implementing a traffic calming element by creating an elevated crosswalk along Kelly Avenue at this intersection. So it's basically going to be a speed hump and a crosswalk combined. So that's you'll see on the bottom left of this slide, you'll see those little arrows that are pointing to the crosswalk. That's kind of the ramping up of the speed hump to the crosswalk. So we'll be cleaning that up a little bit there. And again, doing some minor pavement restoration in the areas where we're going to be doing these improvements and updating and adding some new signage in the area. Next slide, please. So as far as the mid-block improvements that I was mentioning, what we're looking at doing is trying to reduce some of the speeding concerns that we've been hearing about from the community. A lot of residents on Kelly Avenue and others have mentioned about the speeding concerns here. So we're looking at implementing a radar feedback sign, a permanent one, located somewhere along the mid-block. These are the two areas that we've kind of identified just east of General Lane on Kelly. But these areas we'll take a closer look and may have to adjust it here and there. But these are approximate locations where we like to put them in. And what we're looking at doing is implementing. You may have seen them in other jurisdictions. They have features where they mimic flashing lights for police vehicles to try to get attention of drivers. And so we are looking at implementing signs with that feature. And the nice thing about this is a lot of these signs are programmable and we can alter the types of messaging as well as the colors on some of these. So that's another little added piece that we're doing. Next slide, please. So as far as the next steps, we provided an update to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee last week, and they liked the proposed project and provided some nice feedback to us. And tonight we're presenting it to you. We are working on completing our construction plans as we speak, and we are anticipating the project to commence in the springtime. My goal was to at least address this intersection during the spring break time to reduce any impacts to pick up and drop off for folks and try to reduce the amount of impact on the community and folks there. So that's what our goal is to do. And we would be looking to wrap it up by the summertime. And approximately 2 months, give or take, for the whole project. Not at each location, but just the overall project duration. And as Carlene mentioned, I do thank the district for their contribution towards the funding, and everything does help because we do have limited budget and we are trying to stretch ourselves through our many areas of capital improvements. So every little bit does help. So we do thank the district and Carlene for really helping to get that funding together. But yeah, as she mentioned, the overall project costs, including the 2 intersections as well as this radar feedback signs, we're estimating about $120,000 for the full project. Next slide, please. So on this one, I just wanted to highlight that on our city website, if you go to our main city website page, you can actually go and find a lot of our other city projects listed. If you go to the Public Works pull-down menu and you click on city projects, as I outlined here on the right of the screen, that will take you to a list of all of our projects, as well as a list, as well as where our adopted capital improvement program is. The capital improvement program, for folks that are not familiar, is our list of all of our capital projects, large capital projects, and it's a document that helps us plan our future improvements as well as fund it. So we have 2 components to it. It's a 5-year rotating program that looks at all of our needs and covers all of those different projects over multi-year periods. And we have a one-year funding component where the council actually allocates funding towards that first year. So for anybody that's interested, the website is listed here. I also have my contact information. My email is listed here as well as my phone number. So if anybody has any questions about any projects, whether it's under construction or future improvements, please feel free to reach out to me. And we're always looking for feedback on areas of concern from the community and really looking to take that feedback to shape our capital improvement program as we plan for the new fiscal year. I also wanted to highlight one other major project. I did a little bit more robust presentation at the BPAC last week, but I do want to mention that Caltrans is coming forward with a large multi-asset project that they're proposing. This project is a large project. The limits on the south end for Caltrans is on Highway 1 at Wavecrest, and they take these improvements all the way up north to Moss Beach. And what they're looking at doing on this project is incorporating bicycle and pedestrian safety along the entire corridor. So it's a pretty big project and a pretty big price tag with it, but really, really important. And they just started their process for design and environmental. So there's going to be opportunity to review project scope and the environmental document. And I really urge folks that are interested to look at that. I will continue to provide updates to the City Council and the BPAC, and I'm happy to share any updates I have with other interested parties. So please let me know. I'll definitely be keeping Carlene in the loop on that as well. But as far as timing, as soon as the environmental document becomes available for circulation, that's going to be the next piece. Probably in March, we're going to get that from Caltrans. And then as far as their project, they're looking at 2024 to start that work. It would be an overall 2-year project. It's a again, the scope's massive from Wavecrest to Moss Beach. So it wouldn't be 2 years in one location, but over the course of time, they'll look at improving crossings, look at signal improvements. One thing that that a lot of folks have mentioned and the Caltrans is receptive to is the crossing at Surfers Beach, for example. So it's a really great project. So I really would encourage folks to keep an eye out for more information as we provide more detailed updates as they become available. And that's it for the presentation. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Great, thank you everyone. Great presentations. Any more comments from the board? And while we're taking that, if the public has comments as well, get your hand up and we'll get to you in a minute.
I'd like to jump in and just say thank you to both for presenting and working on this project. I know I live around Pilarcitos, and I know that there's a lot of families who just send their kids to walk to school because they're working, and there's a lot of kids who are just walking unsupervised by an adult, and even after school, a lot of parents can't leave their jobs, so the kids are walking to a babysitter. I know that that's what I did because that's the closest location to find someone to help with childcare when you can't get off of work to pick up your child at around noon or the early releases. So I was around when the tragedy happened where that little girl got ran over, and she was actually crossing the street with holding her mom's hand. So it's not to say that, sometimes you think that the safest place a child would be is with you, and sometimes that's not the case as a parent. So I really think it's I'm very happy to see that, and hopefully it helps because we're not providing transportation for Moonridge. So I know some of the Cunha siblings are walking their siblings to Hatch, and there's a lot more walking going around. And sometimes people are in a rush, and we do have a beautiful beach just down down the street, and there's also other traffic besides just the regular parents dropping off their kids. So it's amazing. Thank you for all the work.
I'll go next. Thank you very much, Maz, for being here, for sharing with us. That update from Caltrans is extremely exciting as well. I think that will make, Carlene, your job a lot easier. Our students have safe routes to school to walk and roll from that whole length, in part because of what Lizette said. Like, there's just so many different scenarios of what people are doing that, that if we can encourage them and be that bike friendly town, I think that would be good, well beyond for our students in our schools. And thank you for making real progress on the Pilarcitos Kelly intersection. That's definitely, as Lizette said, and you've heard, obviously been a major concern continuing. And I think any traffic calming that you're doing on Kelly is going to be good for our students and again, good for the community. So even putting in that second interference or whatever at Alsace Lorraine, because having spent a lot of time in this neighborhood myself, I would say probably at least half the time people blow through that stop sign. And I'm sure the county sheriff is making a good amount of money on traffic tickets at that place, which is okay, but better that they don't do it. So I think having controlled intersection there as well will just overall help calm the drag strip of Kelly, right, which it is right now. So that's helpful. I think as much as we can have, especially the priority being with the kids being at Pilarcitos in terms of the number of students that are crossing. If there's, and I know costs are prohibitive, so maybe doing a raised sidewalk or raised crossing there is cost prohibitive, but even any small, more signage or making sure that those speeding signs are up close enough to that intersection that people can again have that like visual reminder of their speed. And those kind of mid-intersection vertical signs that are up by Hatch also, I think were also pretty helpful. And just again, having kind of like an in-your-face stop, and how many times those things have been hit is like shocking, but better that than a kid, right? So I think whatever barriers you could put in place, like those signs, if a raised crosswalk there is prohibitive as well, and just making sure everything's visible, the better. So thank you for that.
Yeah, just real quick, I want to reiterate my thanks to you, Carlene, and to Ma for the summary now of what's coming forward, which is really exciting, and it seems like it's clearly necessary. But also, Carlene, for the last 10 years and the work that you've done with this district. And I kind of thought you were a fixture because I've been here 11 and you've been here 10. So I just really appreciate all of the actual physical improvements, but also the education that you've done and kind of the culture that you're creating. And so I'm excited about seeing it continue as well. So thank you so much for everything.
Thank you.
Yes, so thank you so much for partnering with us. It's so important. I mean, literally, this is life and death stuff. So the safety of the kids is so important. So thank you for working with us and doing all that you do. We all really appreciate it. And thank you for the update. It was nice to hear about what's going on and what's coming up and what the worries are and things like that. So, and your priorities. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Moz. Thanks, Carlene. Really appreciate your partnership.
And we don't have any comments from the public. Rosie, correct me if I'm wrong. And with that, we'll move along to our next item. We're moving on to item D. We have 3 action items coming up now. And the first one is adoption of proclamation declaring February 2022 as African American History Month. Dr. McFettridge.
Thank you. I'll let Rosie bring up the proclamation itself, but this is the 3rd year that I've presented this to the board so that we can make sure to celebrate February as Black History Month. People may have been noticing that over the past several months, we've been having banners on all our campuses, whether it be for Hispanic Heritage Month, which is September 15th to October 15th, or LGBTQ History Month in October. Again, we did our own land acknowledgement in a resolution proclamation with the Board for Native American Heritage Month. And had banners for them, and that was co-sponsored by, I should say, all the co-sponsors. The co-sponsors for the Hispanic Heritage Month, of course, was ALAS, Ayudando Latinos a Soñar. For LGBTQ History Month was Coast Pride, our partners Coast Pride. And for Native American Heritage Month, it was the leaders of the Ramaytush Ohlone and the San Francisco American Indian Council, which we appreciated them partnering with us and helping us write that proclamation. And then this proclamation is for African American History Month, which begins February, and there will be a banner here. And the co-sponsor for this, actually, all the co-sponsors are Half Moon Bay, the city of Half Moon Bay, but also the College of San Mateo will co-sponsor this banner, and they will wind up, these banners will be on all our school sites to remind families and students and staff of the importance of this history. And so, I don't need to read this verbatim, but it is celebrated in February and has been for many years. We do mark that African Americans have enriched our society through their commitment to promoting fairness, equality, and justice for all, and doing so through great struggle and through centuries of struggle in this nation. August 2019, we always keep this here, as marked 400 years since the first arrival of Africans to present-day American. And United States Congress established a 400 Years of African American History Commission to commemorate their heritage and the contributions that Americans of African descent have made to help shape the cultural, academic, social, economic, and moral attributes of this nation. And in spite of the African slave trade that created an institution of white supremacy in this nation that still we are battling, Africans and African Americans have nonetheless continued to persevere and move forward in society, fighting for their freedom and also for the freedom of all Americans over time. 2008, we saw the first African American president of the United States. In 2012, Barack Obama was elected to serve a second term. In 2012, California had historically elected the most African Americans to serve in the legislature at 12 members, and 2018 marked the highest number of African Americans serving in the United States Congress at 55 members. It talks about all these different contributions, things that are ubiquitous and that we think is, you couldn't do without, whether it's the doorknob, the clothes dryer, the elevator, lawn sprinklers, refrigerating apparatus, traffic signals, typewriters. Africans and African Americans have been great inventors, have really contributed in so many ways to everything that we do in this nation and in the world. And the month commemorates and celebrates their many different achievements. Academic pursuits, business, fine arts, political action, science, collective action, political contributions. And so we take great pleasure in recognizing February 2022 as African American History Month. We urge all coastside citizens to join us in celebrating these accomplishments during African American History Month. We encourage staff and students to recognize not only the many different talents of African Americans, but also the great achievements, contributions, and sacrifices they have made to help create equity and equality for all. And with that, we recommend that you adopt this proclamation again this year and look out for the banners, which are beautiful. Again, co-sponsored by the city of Half Moon Bay and the College of San Mateo, in particular, their Umoja program, which is an affinity group at the College of San Mateo for African American students.
Thank you for that. I'll take a motion and a second on this, and then we'll have some discussion.
So moved.
Second.
I do see a member of the public. I think Christy Walker has raised her hand.
Okay, let's do some, any comments from the board, and then we'll go to Christy. And if anyone else in the public has a comment, please raise your hand as well. Any board members want to make any comments before we go to Christy?
I'm fine to wait till the public comments are done and then.
Okay. Okay, Rosie, could you bring Christy in, please?
Good evening.
Hi.
Hi, this is Christy Walker, and I am a parent with a daughter in the school district and an active community member. And I think it's been tremendous that you've had a number of these types of proclamations happen the last few years, recognizing different underserved or unrecognized groups. But one thing that I have noticed is that the proclamation has gone out, and the good feelings and the good intentions I know are there, but it hasn't always translated to there being changes in the way things are done on our campuses. And I've heard this from a number of different people in the community. So it's COSIDE wide. And I can give you a couple examples of what I'm talking about. One is we have Native American Heritage Month, and we are still using some of our schools and things are still using images that are not the best representation of Native Americans in some of the materials that our students are receiving. These are, stock images, nothing, I wouldn't say horrendous, but a little person with very little clothes on and a feather in their headband is a stereotypical image of what a young Native American looks like. And so we need to be doing some more work, I think, with our community in terms of doing, whether it's teaching our staff and teachers about how to incorporate these ideas into their teaching and what sorts of things for biases to look for. I'm sure that is an image that, many of us saw as we were growing up. And so I'm sure it was not given a second thought, but it's not the sort of images that we should be using with our students. In addition, as far as the LGBTQ history, we still have many teachers throughout our district that organize students in terms of boy-girl, boy-girl for classes. And this is something that we need to start thinking through, because we do have a number of children in our district that are gender fluid, maybe non-binary, and so forth. And so these sorts of things need to be addressed in teacher trainings and staff trainings, in addition to the proclamations. It's sort of the next step. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Christy. I don't see that we have any more comments. So I'll go back to the board.
I can go first. I'm trying my video on, see how that works now that I reinstalled Zoom. So I want to thank you to Sean and team for bringing that forward. And I think I feel Christy's comments as well too, in terms of like, this is an important piece and not the whole piece. And I know we don't see it that way at all. I think every time we have one of these, all I could think about is like, I wish we didn't need to have these, but the fact that we need to have these is why we have them. We shouldn't have to, but we do, because these biases that Christy described are absolutely still present, and this is absolutely still a work in progress. And I think it's a lot of the foundation of our work around equity that Dr. McFetridge and Lizette and I worked on last summer and brought forth as a policy. And it's like things take time to trickle down and trickle out and really be understood by people. And, obviously, the state of affairs of the last 2 years have made a lot of that work in some ways more challenging, but in some ways have made the need more obvious. And that could be a 2-hour conversation unto itself, which I won't endeavor on obviously right now. But it's really critical that we all make this happen, because it's not just one person. Right. It's not Dr. McFetridge waving his hand and saying, yes, there shall be no racism. There shall be acknowledgement of all parties and no bias. Like, that's just not going to happen. I wish he had that wand. I wish we all did and can make it happen. But it's going to take a team effort and a community effort to improve in that way. And I'm glad we have partnerships, especially around LGBTQ. We have fantastic partnerships with Coast Pride. But these are things that are entrenched in our society. And we're going to need to work together to slowly but surely keep pushing and making those changes. Hard as they are, they're not going to happen unto themselves. So we need to just keep working together to make it happen. And there's different ways, kind of on all fronts. I think that's a lot what we're trying to do.
I just wanted to add my thank you for bringing forward African American History Month. I think in our our country still needs that awareness, and it's an opportunity for growth. And it's not perfect by any means in bringing these proclamations forward, but I want to say thank you to the many teachers, even down in the very youngest grades, the teachers that recognize we have these proclamations and they talk about it. They see that the posters are up in school and they really do talk about it with their students. And it may not be a perfect implementation, but I want to, we don't provide the materials and curriculum that go along with these proclamations, but our teachers really do the searching, and they're resourceful and bringing materials in and bringing it to life. That's what teachers do. So just wanted to say thank you to the many teachers who do recognize and help us out with sharing it with our students. Thanks.
Thank you all. Yes, work in progress. I'm glad we have it. If there aren't any more comments, I feel like we should vote. Rosie?
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly?
Aye.
Lisette?
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye.
Passes 5+1.
Thank you, Rosie, and thank you for that. Next up is the approval of the Measure M Facility Bond and Parcel Tax Citizens Oversight Committee 2020-2021 Annual Report. And I think we have Mike Alifano here to talk to us about this. If you could bring him in, please, Rosie.
And I want to thank Mike for coming back this month, because last month we had to postpone this. And I got to talk to Mike last week. Mike, a pillar of the community, and was so grateful for the work that you do with Jesus and your team members on this. So thank you so much, Mike.
Absolutely. It's the least I can do. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
So I got Miss Ears here, so she wants to be part of the meeting. Good evening to Dr. McFetridge and Mary Beth and the rest of the board. For those that don't know, out in the internet, my name is Mike Alifano, and I'm currently chairing the Measure M Facilities Bond Citizens Oversight Committee. And recently we joined all three oversight committees, the parcel tax and the two bonds, to be one committee. So if anybody had questions about that, that's now one committee. And so I'm here to present to you the Oversight Committee report for 2020-2021. And kind of give you a couple of issues that we might have come up with over the course of the last year. There's similar issues that have come up, mostly due to questions about what our duties are as a committee member and what we're supposed to be doing. A lot of times people in the community and even past committee members have felt as if our job is to tell the board what to do with these dollars. And it's absolutely not the case. We're here to oversee the audit and ask questions that the community should have when it comes to how the dollars are spent per the ballot language. We work closely with the auditor to look at their process and how they do the audit, look at the examples that they pull out of the transactions that the board has been given to them, per their request, and work with them to see if they've raised any issues or questions about the best practices that the school district should be using in paying for these, facilities bills, basically. So the report's pretty straightforward. It's the same report we've given over the years. Not much has changed. We do have some new board members, which I'm very happy to have added. But unfortunately, we have to figure out who's going to be a co-chair. I've been chair for a while, so we have to figure out who that's going to be. So that's kind of our number one thing we're going to do this year. But we've had a few changes, but we got a good swath of the community, in my opinion. And those board members are myself, Zachary Bennington, Brianna LaFontaine, Lenny Lekagos, Cara Ruplis, Lisa Zanetti, and then Kendra Holland and Gary Malhood. So those are our board members for this coming up year. We have 4 meetings every year. Typically, we have one in January, another one in April, June, and then November. Sometimes we have one in December, depending on if there's more work that needs to be done on the audit to prepare for the report. But in this case, we didn't do that this year, so we stayed on target with 4. So I'll move on from the report itself, if anybody has any questions about that, and move on towards the actual audit itself, and or both. They both go hand in hand. So a couple of things that have come up is the completion of Hatch, and looking at the reports and the audits, we're coming up on the tail end of it, and both Jesus as well as Jim Crawford have been key in helping us get to the information that we need to get to ask the questions we need to ask. So I thank them tremendously. And let's see here. We know that the community is very eager to start work on El Granada and Fairland View. And we promised that we would kind of forward that information over to the board, even though it's not our job. But people do come to us because we are the oversight committee that oversees these dollars being spent. And, they do have questions about that, but they also have some concerns about where we're going to go, what our next steps are going to be with some of these bond projects. So they're all listed on the website. Not everybody wants to go to the website to get their questions answered, but everything that we've answered has been on the website that I found. So it's a great place for people to look when they have questions about where the district is in regards to where they're going to spend their dollars and what the next projects are going to be, as well as what projects have been completed. So that in itself is the report. There's nothing this year that came up that was out of the ordinary. And the audit was pretty straightforward. I had a couple of questions about the audit in regards to, how long does the company that does the audit stay on the audit? There's always a best practice in nonprofit industry to switch your bookkeeper or your tax person, as well as your auditor, out every 5 years. So there's no comfort. They're not getting comfortable doing, the same old thing. And you have a new set of eyes on your records. And we got the answers we needed on that. So we're in great shape there. But other than that, I'm happy to answer any questions regarding the report. And just give a big thank you to not only James Crawford and Jesus, but also to staff. Both Rosie as well as Holly have been huge in helping us do our job, and they make it. I'll just say it. If I didn't have them, I don't think I'd be chairing this committee. So we're very lucky to have them. And then to Dr. Fetridge, he's extremely reachable and all ears every time I called. So we really appreciate that. So thank you.
Thanks, Mike. We are lucky to have you. So thank you so much for doing this. It's voluntary for you, and thanks for taking the time. We really appreciate it. Before we have questions, since this is an action item, could I get a motion in a second, please? I'll move it. I'll make a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. For the public, if you have any comments, please raise your hand and we'll get you queued up there. And then going to the board, any questions or comments for Mike?
Thank you, Mike.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Mike, just want to reiterate the appreciation for your work on this, and also, of course, your work on even getting these bonds and parcel taxes passed over the years. So you've been a great supporter for the Cabrillo Unified Schools, and I really appreciate your follow through and consistency with this. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Good to see you.
You too.
I
can't wait to see all you guys in person again.
It'll be really nice. I want to see your dog in person. It's so sweet. What a cutie. I'll thank you too, Mike. I think Mary Beth just clinched it. We're lucky to have you as well on board. And I think you're such a tremendous partner, and you make it really easy to work. It's easy to work with you. And I think that really goes a long way for our students and our community. So thank you for your really, really collaborative leadership. It helps us get things done. So, and by us, I mean all of us, like our community, the coast side, not like here, the 5 or 6 or whatever of us. But working together, that's how it happens. So thank you for that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Hey, Mike, and thank the rest of your committee too, because we really do want eyes and we want to be transparent and we want people asking questions. And we're glad you're there doing that for us. So
I just want to let you guys know, we have some very spirited conversation and debate within those meetings. Not as much with, COVID and these remote Zoom meetings, but when we did have those in-person meetings, there was great discussion, and that's what we need to have. And I try to keep it on track in regards to what we're supposed to be doing, but I also want them to be able to voice what they've heard in the community and get the information that they need to answer those questions from the community. So it's definitely a good group. I'm very lucky to have them. And couldn't do it without them.
I as well can't thank you enough. So thank you. And I can only imagine where you feel at times where it's like, don't kill the messenger, right? It's, because they're coming to you thinking that, you have a decision on this, which you do, because you're a community member, but thank you for doing that. And I have a question. In any of these like heated conversations, I think it's also important to acknowledge that sometimes, even though people are upset, they have valid and justifiable points. I know you tell them that it's not your job to tell the district, but do you feel, and I know Sean's very open and very open door, very willing to listen. Do you let him know? I'm just curious because I'm not part of the committee, but sometimes it's important to just hear them out. And do you share any of this feedback with Sean?
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, I called him the other day and we had a committee member resign because Charmian Donegan resigned because she felt as if there was a situation where a letter was written to the review and she felt as if it was something that warranted her stepping off the committee because she felt as if the district wasn't spending their money, appropriately. It wasn't a committee issue per se, but it was an issue that she saw, in a letter to the editor for the review as, unfortunately, what the district was doing to spend money on a fence. And really, at the end of the day, that conversation is to be had with Sean and staff and his cabinet. And it shouldn't be, a reason for somebody to leave, our committee because of that. Again, we're there to, make sure the district does what they're supposed to with these dollars. And we're not there to tell the district how to spend those dollars. So it's an extremely, valid point that she had, but that discussion has to happen with, the district. And it's unfortunate that we lose a valuable committee member who's got, Charmian was a great committee member. She had, years within the district as an employee and has a great connection, lots of wealth of information, but, just has a difference of opinion of what the school district's doing with their dollars that they're spending. So it's a tough one. And, so I called him and I said, John, just want you to be aware I've received this, resignation and, just want you to know that, this is my communication so far. And if, you have any questions for me, but, let me know. And he was already aware of it, which was great. So, yes, to answer your question, we do, or I do, if I can't answer the question or I'm not qualified to answer the question, yes, then we actually move them on to Sean and Sean will get that taken care of. And I found that to be, the solution every time. So it can be a tough committee to be on. Like I said, trying to keep everybody on track to do what we're supposed to do. But at the same time, be open enough to hear them out. So that was a little section at the end of the meeting where, I let each committee member kind of mention something that they've heard in the community that they want to share with us. And it doesn't have to be, why they're on that committee. So a lot of it pertains to what community members are telling them about what they hope to have next, where the dollars are spent, what project, what school, things like that. So that's the toughest part of being on this committee and chairing this committee. But I'm lucky to have the resources I have within the district to be able to, move those questions and those concerns over to Sean and then have Sean handle that.
Well, thank you. And thank you for everything. And we're lucky to have you as part of this committee and as a community member and also as a parent of students in our district. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. A question from Adriana Valentine also.
Do we move to public comments now, Mary Beth?
Yeah, go ahead. I saw Jesus had his mute off. Jesus, did you have anything?
No, very grateful that Mike is leading us in that committee, and he is very clear in has all those harsh conversations, and he moves very, very sturdily through them. Very good. We appreciate you, Mike, leading you.
Hey, Mike, is your committee full now, or are you still looking for people?
We're, I think, one down. We can have up to 10 committee members. And, with Charmian down, let me just see here real quick under the report. We also should update our bylaws at some point too, because there's some changes that need to be made, but we'll do that throughout the year. But let me just see here real quick at the end here. It gives us our duties as, members of senior organizations. So we have Gary Mallett, and then parent of enrolled student, we have Lisa Zanette and Carl Rupelis, pronouncing that correctly. And then parent of enrolled student and an active parent group, I have myself, Kendra Holland, and Brianna Lafontaine. And then at-large members are Zachary Benetton and Lenny Lekekos. So, that right there is 8. I think we can have up to 10 members, at least 7. But always having a couple of interested citizens in the hopper really does help out, because we've had some changes, that happened pretty quickly.
Great. Thanks, Mike. Okay, let's go to our public comment. Rosie?
We have Gianna Valentine.
She's bringing her in. Hi, you're muted.
Thank you.
There you go.
I was wondering how to become part of this process. So I'm happy to know that there's at least 2 spots available, and I would be very interested in becoming part of this committee. So thank you.
Thank you, Adriana. If you can please forward communication email to myself or to Mike, and we will let you know more about the process itself.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
I want to thank Adriana for coming out and signing up right there, first of all. And I do want to thank Mike. It is true that he and I spoke last week, and it is very clear to me that, this is an oversight committee, and it's charged with looking to make sure, over audit reports and make sure that we're spending money as we say we're going to spend money. And just for the public, I mean, we go through this process and have with Facilities Master Plan to designate, and the board went through this for many months with us, with our architects for the master plan. Fairlawn View and El Granada are currently still meeting with architects, refining those plans, and that's going right along. And I want to thank Mr. Contreras for working on that in particular. And Mike, I want to thank you for sort of reviewing sort of expenditures, reviewing plans, and also kind of informing us, hey, this is what we're hearing. I remember my first meeting with Mike 2 years ago, one of the first people I met in the district, actually, and us sitting down and talking about sort of the concerns of the district and what we talked about as far as a parcel tax and keeping schools open and the bond and improving schools. And couldn't have done this without you, Mike. You've been integral to the process, and I appreciate you always being so earnest, so sincere, and sort of looking at how do we make things better. So whether that's a call to me or your work with Mr. Contreras and the team, thank you so much.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I also want to just add to that. I think as you're describing, Mike, the challenges of kind of managing the team within the remit of the scope, and how, to me, that really speaks to good governance. And good governance isn't always easy because there are things that people can get passionate about, right? Oh, yeah. And it's kind of hard to kind of balance that, like giving people enough of an outlet and a space that you can become informed and give them that space to share it somewhere semi-productively at least, but that it also, that's kind of the job of any organization is to have kind of good, clear organizational structures and decision-making processes, and being clear when one is giving input or versus when one is deciding. Those are two very different things. So they can give, the committee can certainly give in and is welcome to give input on the kind of strategy behind the facilities master plan, and while also knowing and understanding that the decision-making authority is the audit oversight, and the other aspects of the oversight. So I appreciate you striking that right balance of allowing that input to things on a related topic, which is kind of the plan for where the money is being spent, but also keeping the decisions focused on where the decision-making authority is. Great job.
Thank you. And you nailed it, when it comes to the process. It's a difficult one, but it's, you want to make sure that you don't feel like you're just a committee that rubber stamps, a report. And at the same time, you want to be able to also hear people's concerns and be able to funnel that information to the right people. At the same time, doing your job of making sure you stay on task. So it can be a fine line, but I'm lucky to have the community members I have. And like I said, the staff, if I didn't have them, I don't know if I'd do this. It's difficult already. So I'm very lucky to have them.
Okay, great. So let's vote on approving this annual report.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Mary Beth?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
Lisette,
Aye.
Sarah.
Aye.
Passes 5+1. Thank you.
Thanks, Rosie, and thanks again, Mike.
Thank you. You guys have a great night, and thank you all for being board members and volunteering. I know it's not easy, and I barely made dinner tonight, so I can imagine how hungry you guys might be. And you guys have a great night. Great weekend.
Thanks for bringing your dog, Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, she wants to say goodbye.
What's her name? What's your dog's
Her name is Nolani.
Oh,
We got her. She's a little rescue, but
what
she's a handful.
what does it mean? Nolani?
Nolani. I don't know exactly what it means, but no and no is used a lot to keep her in line. But she's a tired one now. She's past her bedtime.
Good night.
Have a good night, guys.
Thank you, Mike.
Bye-bye.
Okay, moving on to item F, we have the approval of the independent audit report for year ending June 30th, 2021, and this is an action item as well.
Oh, I think Mr. Contreras.
I was going to say this Jesus, he disappeared. Well,
there's Paul.
Hi.
Paul, you're here from the audit firm, right?
Right, yes. I'm Paul Pham with Siobhan Associates. We're the district's independent auditors.
So I am sorry how timely to leave, all right? Thank you, Paul, for being in here and continuing with in audits. The Ed Code requires that the district conducts an audit of all of its funds through hiring an independent auditor. Siobhan and Associates is the auditor's firm that has a 3-year contract with the district, going back to what Mike was referring to. Every 3 years, we look at a different firm to look into our different processes for auditing our businesses. So Paul and his firm have conducted our independent audit for everything that ended on June 30th, 2021. So he will present to the board his the process and what his findings are.
All right, thank you very much, Jesus, and thank you, board, for inviting me out to share with you the results of the June 30th, 2021 audit. Just to give you kind of an outline of what I'm going to discuss, I'll go over kind of some of the auditing standards we adhere to, our audit process. I'll hit on some key financial highlights, and then I'll go over the audit results. And then at the end, I can take whatever questions you might have. So just for starters, as far as the auditing standards and the scope, the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, they put out auditing standards that we adhere to in our audit. And with local governments, the Government Accountability Office, they issue government auditing standards that we also adhere to. If a agency expends $750,000 or more in federal awards, they are subject to a single audit, which is issued by the Office of Budget and Management. And they have a guide called Uniform Guidance that we adhere to in our single audit. And the district this last year did exceed that threshold. And for our audit in particular, we selected the Coronavirus Relief Fund as the major program for our review. And then with your state program, the Education Audit Appeals Panel puts out an audit guide for your state programs that we use in our audit. And I just heard that you guys were discussing the bond measure program, but there's the Proposition 39 outlines certain requirements as well that we use in our audit. With respect to our audit process, we kind of have a 3-phase audit. We come out about halfway through the year for our interim audit, where we do controls testing, we document the district's processes, and then we do some sampling in key transaction classes, just to make sure the district's internal controls are properly designed and implemented. Then we do some compliance procedures as well during that time. It's been a little bit of a weird audit season just with the COVID, having to do a little bit of a hybrid, in person and remote. But we appreciate Jesus and his team for really helping us make it go very smoothly. So after the interim audit, the district will close their books, and we come in the fall time to do our year-end audit, where we're doing substantive procedures. That's really where the number crunching comes in. We substantiate the balances. We complete the rest of our compliance requirements. As far as the key financial numbers, one of the if you're following along with the audit report itself, there's some highlighted items on the MD&A on page 5 of the audit report. And then in table 1 of page 8, you'll see that your current assets went down by over $24 million. But you'll see that there's also an offset in your liabilities. So overall liabilities went down by $24 million. So it shows that, you guys did pay off a lot of your debt. So basically you're converting your current assets to pay off long-term debt. One of the big things as far as your revenues, you'll see that grant revenue went up by $4.4 million. And that a lot of that had to do with the CARES funding that went through in response to the COVID pandemic. So that was a big change. And you'll see also that on page 12, your fund balance went down. So you'll see most of that is in the building fund and in the bond interest redemption fund. So you're using a lot of your fund balance to pay down debt, and as well as your building fund balance to do a lot of the projects that you guys have related to the bond measure. So that's expected there to see those fund balances go down. But when you take a look at the general fund, if I could reference you to page 65, this is the general fund, and this is kind of the main fund that the district operates out of. And you'll see there, the district has a healthy reserve. I mean, in this last year, you're at 16% reserve. So for a district your size, that's a healthy reserve to have. So from a day-to-day operational standpoint, the district is in good standing. Onto the audit results. So we issue several opinions in our audit. With respect to the financial statements, we issued an unmodified opinion, which is a good thing. It means that the financial statements were fairly presented in all material respects. When it comes to the internal controls over financial reporting and on compliance, our audit did not identify any deficiencies in internal controls over financial reporting that we considered to be material weaknesses. And our tests disclosed no instances of non-compliance or other matters that are required to be reported under government auditing standards. However, when it comes to your compliance with state programs, our audit procedures did note an instance of non-compliance. And that was, if I could reference you to the findings section starting on page 80. So there's a requirement out there where the district's required to have a meeting to determine, your instruction materials they're appropriate, and you're required to have allow the public to have their feedback with respect to instructional materials. You guys did eventually have that meeting. However, it wasn't within the time period that is required. And the district has implemented certain actions to make sure that that doesn't happen in the future. So we don't have any reason to believe that that will be a repeat finding next year. I think that was just a one-off. The district did explain that it was due to just a frantic getting the school up and going with the pandemic and all the changes with independent study and all that stuff. That it really just kind of fell through the cracks. So yeah, we don't see that to be a big problem going forward. So we're happy to say that we feel confident that the procedures that the district has implemented will clear that finding next year. Okay. And then finally, with the rest of the results, we didn't note any significant uncorrected misadjustments. We didn't have any difficulty in our audits. We appreciate Jesus and his team for making it go very smoothly. We didn't have any disagreements with management either. So overall, Jesus and his team doing a great job handling the district's finances. We wanted to thank Jennifer in particular because she worked very closely with us, and so we appreciate that. And with that, I'll open up for any questions that anyone might have.
Great, thank you so much. Since this is an action item, can I get a motion in a second before we discuss, please?
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you for that. Questions from the board? And any of the public who has a question, get ready, we'll come to you next. So far, no one, but get your hand up. And it's in the chat if you need to see how to raise your hand. Thank you so much for all this. Any other questions from the board, comments?
Oh, thank you. It's nice to have you here as well, Paul, and explain a little bit of context around the process and the sheer complexity, mind-boggling complexity of, especially this year, with the many different one-time funds that came in that had an impact on our revenues, on our revenues and our reserves, and how many moving parts there were, and challenges to actually doing your job, and Jesus doing his job with virtual or not virtual, or all this stuff that's been going on, that you have managed to bring this to us, and that there was one fairly not concerning, non-compliant bit. Wow, Jesus, nice job. Like, in the scheme of things, that's pretty amazing. I just want to point that out. So thank you for that, Paul, in terms of your checking on things, and Jesus, in terms of you and your team pulling that off in a crazy, crazy year where I know you were doing a lot of things that, nobody signed up for, but you did them anyway with grace and goodness and excellence. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I don't see any more comments.
Jesus, you're muted.
Oh, I was saying that I give all the credit to Jennifer. Jennifer is incredibly focused and very, very, very clear in everything that Paul asks, and we all get together. But Jennifer is the real drive, the real propeller of these wonderful things. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, everybody in the team. Thank you, Paul.
Well, thank her and her team for us too.
And that's Jennifer Marsh for the public. God bless her. Great.
Okay, I don't see any public comments, and I don't see any other board members that have a comment. So thank you very much. It was great to get the background about what you do, and we want to make sure we are checking and double checking things, and you help us do that. And we don't want to, have big screw ups. And you are the person who knows what's going on. So thank you for that. And we want to make sure everything's in working order and we're transparent with the public. So thanks for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we need to vote. Rosie, could you take a vote, please?
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly?
Aye.
Lisette?
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye.
Thank you. Passes 5+1.
Okay, moving on to our last item. We have a presentation to end the night. Our trustee area report follow-up presentation. I think Tom is here.
Just a quick point of order, given that it's 20 minutes to 10, should we?
Okay.
I know you're trying to avoid not doing that really fast, but just say, just in case, we can still aim for it. But
okay,
if you'll accept it, Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to go past 10.
A motion and a second to go past 10 o'clock tonight.
I'll make the motion.
We need a second. Oh, thank you, Freya. Mary Beth?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly?
Aye.
Lisette?
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye.
Passes 5+1. Thank you.
I was thinking we wouldn't go over tonight, but that's always wrong, isn't it?
Hey, we could still try.
Well, as we start this, I want to thank Tom Williams for coming back. He presented to us in December, heard some feedback from the board, and then within days, while we were on break, Tom emailed Jesus and me and Rosie and was working on this over the break, as were we. So thank you, Tom, for coming back to us tonight so we can figure out how to get these trustee areas balanced and in compliance with state law and recommend changes to the board. And for the public, this will come back as a public hearing and final vote for the board in February to meet our deadline in February.
Okay. Can you bring up my PowerPoint, please, Rosie? Thank you. And next slide, please. I'm not going to read this all again. Much of this is a repeat of what you folks heard last month, just with some things added. But I thought for people that were new to the process, we should include what we looked at before in the PowerPoint presentation, even though I won't go through all aspects of it. On this screen, I'm just going to read the first and the last two paragraphs. The first paragraph says the current CUSD Board of Education trustee areas have population differences in the 2020 census that exceed the maximum allowed. To continue using the current areas, the difference between the largest and smallest populations in those areas must be less than 10%. The difference in the April 2020 census block statistics is instead almost over 16%. So clearly we have to change the boundaries. And I went through some criteria, which I'm not going to read here in the second and third paragraphs, in terms of how to come up with different alternatives. I'll skip ahead to the fourth paragraph in blue and just note that alternative 1 revises the current areas only where needed to create populations within 10% of each other. The sole change necessary to do this is to shift from area E to area B, the streets on the west side of Highway 35 down to and including west of the Kings Mountain Fire Station. This results in a 9.8% difference between the areas with the largest and smallest populations. That would take care of you legally. I don't know if you want to do that. I think you would probably want to get better balance, but that would suffice. That would keep the 5 current trustee areas with the same representatives if you wanted, if the public wanted. But to do anything further than that took significant adjustments to the current boundaries. So as I say in the last paragraph here, alternatives 2 through 6 have larger revisions to the current areas. The main differences between these 3 alternatives are in trustee areas C, D, and E, with those differences shown in the corresponding maps. Only small differences occur between areas B within these alternatives. Alternatives 2 through 6 have all of the El Granada vicinity east of Highway 1 in trustee area B, with the southeast edge of Miramar Drive between Highway 1 and Personal Way as its boundary. Descriptions of the key differences between alternatives 2 through 6 are provided on the final slides of this PowerPoint show. Next slide, please, Rosie. This is the current areas. This is the only slide you'll see of the entire district, simply because the southern third of the district is being kept in an alternative, trustee area E under every alternative being considered. The only changes being presented between the various alternatives are in the central and northern parts of the district, so the slides henceforth only focus on the central and northern parts of the district. Next slide, please, Rosie. This is the current trustee areas in the northwest part of the district. You'll see that the Lavender trustee area, which is trustee area B, to get enough kids in it, sort of hopscotches from El Granada up into the mountains and then down into Highway 92 and south of Highway 92. Some of the rather awkward boundaries here, but this is necessary to get the numbers balanced for the last time you voted on your trustee areas. Next slide, please, Rosie. This is the current trustee areas in the central part of the district. Again, you'll see the Lavender Area B comes down south of Highway 92. You'll see that trustee area E includes the southern part of central Half Moon Bay, as well as the whole ocean golf course area and all of up on Kings Mountain. Trustee area E has too many people to be legally maintained going forward. We have to get the numbers in trustee area E down and up in some other areas. So as you go to the next slide, please, Rosie. This just quickly shows in the current trustee areas, you have a range from 5715 in trustee area E down to 4914 in trustee area B. Now, the nature of the geography of your district is such that, with the sole exception of what we could do under alternative 1, trustee areas A and B are always only going to have around 5,000 students. It's very difficult, people, excuse me. It's very difficult to have more than that in those areas. So the trick is in finding ways to get enough balance between C, D, and E that they're not too much larger than the populations at A and B. Next slide, please, Rosie. The sole change necessary, as I said, to get within to the current boundaries to be legal would be to add the portion of Skyline Boulevard down to across from the Kings Mountain Fire Station to area B and take it out of area E. While that makes legal boundaries in terms of population differences, trustee area B goes all the way from most, but not all of El Granada, all the way down to taking in a portion of Kings Mountain. That's a rather awkward boundary, but it would solve your legal issues. It would keep all 5 trustees in their current areas and being able to be maintained by the public if the public want it. Next slide, please, Rosie. Okay, when I get to alternative 2, between alternatives 2 through 6, there's very little difference between A and B. To change A any further would be go into the Pillar Ridge mobile home community, which has a huge population number. There's no way to add the Pillar Ridge mobile home community to A without making A too big. So we're kind of stuck with A as it is, and we can make B be basically all of El Granada, including all the way down to the Medio and Magellan neighborhood and all the way up to Coral Reef neighborhood without any splitting of that area at all. In all the trustee areas you'll see going henceforth, there's only minor differences between A and B. Under each alternative, the big differences are between C, D, and E. In alternative 2, you'll see that C is essentially everything north of Highway 92 that's not an A and B. Next slide, please, Rosie. And here again, you can see that trustee area C, the green, is essentially north of Highway 92. Trustee area D takes in most of central Half Moon Bay. And trustee area E has lost a little bit of its current area in central Half Moon Bay to get its numbers down. Next slide, please, Rosie. Now, in a minute, we'll be discussing a new trustee area 5 that wasn't in the presentation a month ago. I want to note that the only difference between trustee area 3, alternative 3, and alternative 5 is a minor refinement within central Half Moon Bay. Otherwise, this same slide you're seeing here shows also for alternative 5. The main difference is now that trustee area D, the rose-colored trustee area, now takes in all of the Highway 92 vicinity. And next slide, please, Rosie. Again, you'll see there's trustee area D, the rose-colored area, taking in all the Highway 92 vicinity, but not taking as much of the area west of Highway 1 as in the previous alternatives. Next slide, please, Rosie. Alternative 4, again, has trustee area D, the rose-colored one, taking in both sides of Highway 92. But it's also now adding the area around Frenchman's Creek Road, which it didn't take in. Next slide, please, Rosie. And for trustee area D to take in that area around Frenchman's Creek Road, it no longer has anything west of Highway 1. Instead, now trustee area C in green and trustee area E in beige meet west of Highway 1. Alternative 5, please. Next slide. Again, this is the same as alternative 3 in the north, so I'll skip to the next slide, please, Rosie. The only difference between alternatives 3 and 5 are that the shift from alternative 3 is a little bit farther west of the south side of Kelly Avenue is added to trustee area D, and a little bit area of the section just east of Highway 1, south of Poplar, gets added to E. This only moves a couple hundred people between alternatives 3 and alternatives 5, but it does maintain the current trustee areas in terms of each trustee being able to continue representing their area. Next slide, please, Rosie. Alternative 6 also has the possibility for each of the current trustees to continue representing their areas. You'll notice that now we have trustee area C, the green colored trustee area, taking in the Highway 92 corridor, as well as the same areas west of Highway 1. Next slide, please, Rosie. But for trustee area D to now work, it includes everything between Poplar and Kelly west of Highway 1, which keeps that neighborhood from being split up. This is the only scenario that keeps that neighborhood from being split up, as well as the downtown Half Moon Bay area and most of the city of Half Moon Bay is between Frenchman's Creek Road and Highway 92. Next slide, please, Rosie. So the board has had some time to look at this. I've already presented all but alternatives 5 and 6 prior to now. So I want to know what questions the board has about each of these alternatives, and if each of you has a sense of ones you want to discard immediately and ones you want to look at further and discuss further.
I will start if no one else is dying to. I've got some opinions here, unless someone has a question that they want to ask first. Sophia, you.
I was just going to check to see if we had any comments from the public first.
If you have a comment, public, raise your hand. I don't see any now, but I'll keep my eye on it.
Mary Beth, I've got a quick question about the process, and maybe this is for Sean and Tom as well. Are we supposed to come up with one by the end of tonight that we then have a hearing on, or do we come up with a couple, then have the hearing on those, and then vote in February?
I think that's the pleasure of the board. I mean, if you were to refine this and say, and have consensus or have a majority, but you're not taking a vote tonight.
No, I know, but I'm just trying to get a sense of what direction in terms of, does the hearing need to be on one alternative, or does it actually need to be on several different alternatives? Is there any requirements?
You can choose more than one.
Okay.
But I think it's a good idea to focus it down to only 2 or at most 3, so that you can have a much better focus on the ones you're seriously considering.
Okay.
And we did hear, and Freya, you voiced it actually in December about a value of the board to have Tom come back and figure out, hey, the voters have spoken before, how do we maintain trustee areas? And so that was really the charge here. Tom, of course, is looking at this and trying to say, okay, how do we improve this? I think he's done good work there, but it is a design challenge because the 2020 block census or the 2020 census put things out of balance. So, no, I mean, like Tom said, and I think like I was trying to communicate, you can give us direction and we will bring back. It's like the funnel approach, if you have like 6 alternatives now and you say, hey, bring back and we'll just vote on 2 or 3, depending on board values tonight, we would be happy to do it that way. I think that is better to now be narrowing and bring it back in February for a public hearing and a vote.
Okay, sounds good. I had a couple thoughts to start the discussion off. For me, I was not liking options 2, 3, 4, and 5. And for 2 reasons. One being, I don't like it when they split Alsace, Lorraine, and Arletta Park west to east. I think it's hard enough when it's split north to south, but to also be splitting it west to east, I think is weird. And I think that might be confusing for people. So I didn't like that. And in those options, 2, 3, 4, 5, it's either that or the other thing is about putting Sophia and Lizette in the same district. And in a nod to the voters, that would mean that Lizette wouldn't be able to run this time around because Sophia's already voted in, I assume. And Lizette had a lot of votes. So I do see that as some, giving a nod to the voters. So I see 2, 3, and 4, and 5 as not being my favorites because of one or both of those things. So that leaves, for what I'm thinking, either the alternative 1 or alternative 6. And basically, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but what it looks like for those two is in alternative 1, Kim would be taking a big piece of Kings Mountain-ish area over there versus Lizette in number 6 taking that big piece. And to me, it makes more sense just geographically for Lizette to be taking that piece than Kim swinging over and taking that piece. But so that made me like 6 the best with 1 in second place, but I'm glad to hear other people's take on it.
So just a different way to say it, it's not Kim or Lizette. It would be grouping that the El Granada geographical area with Kings Mountain geographical area, or downtown Half Moon Bay with Kings Mountain. Another way to look at it, and again, it was just interesting. I was thinking about the county area versus the city area. So El Granada is county and Kings Mountain is county. That's just another twist. And again, I wasn't thinking
I didn't think I like that. Yeah.
No, I appreciate hearing both of your comments. I think for those reasons, and a lot of the reasons you stated, as well as, again, the voters' overwhelming choice in bringing Lizette to the board, and Lizette being our only person of color on the board, and that being a main reason for the act that brought us here to having trustee areas to being in place. I would probably favor, I guess that's number 1 or number 6. And I can see the rationale both ways in terms of keeping together unincorporated parts of the district together, or geographically contingent. I think it would be interesting to get some input from the community on that, particularly Kings Mountain area up there on Skyline. So I would probably favor bringing those 2 forward. Am I right then? It's number 1 and 6. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, my initial take was 1, 5, and 6. I guess I didn't really have a problem with that split of the little part of the neighborhood, but I don't live there and it's not my area. So,
well, 5 also has Sophie and Lizette in the same district.
No,
I think
it doesn't. Yeah, I think 5 and 6 do not, but the split, again, because I do live here, east-west would be super awkward. There's like affinity on the street more than there is on the north-south streets, if that makes sense. Like the east-west streets, like Miramontes, Kelly, Central Ave, Grinnelli, like there's a strong affinity there compared to the north-south running streets, Ocean, Potter, Alsace, et cetera. So I think that would be really much more awkward for people to get their heads around.
Oh, right. 5 was a new one and he put.
Yeah.
So, right.
But that was the only difference, is the east-west.
Okay, got it.
Is pretty awkward. So, I mean, if you have to do it, you have to do it. But if it can be avoided, and it sounds like Tom, with his mathematical genius, came up with the alternatives to doing that.
well, I mean, maybe we should, if people are all in agreement, we keep 1 and 6 on the table and have a public hearing on that, just if anyone else is interested in weighing in on it, and then we decide the next time.
I'm fine with that.
Lizette, how do you feel about?
I'm fine with whatever is the best thing to do. If it means that me not running again is going to be the case, then it is what it is. Yeah, so I'm open to whatever works the best.
Well, the ones that were just recommended, Lizette, it would not impact. You can certainly still run again with both of those alternatives.
Yes, yeah, I understood. And who's to say that people would vote for me again if I did run? So who's to say, that it would happen? Like maybe I was just lucky my first time. So
Your humility is endearing, Lizette.
Okay, so thumbs up on bringing 1 and 6 to the public hearing next month, and then we'll decide then and vote on it and put it in place.
One little observation with, I guess with 6, maybe it already did that before, just noticing the neighborhood, like the up by the post office.
Yes, it is awkward that
that splits. That would be one that kind of splits around. Not that it.
Wait, which post office? Which post office?
In Half Moon Bay. So I was just the way the pink kind of went up through the green.
Oh, right. Well, I think that's why we bring back 1 and 6. And we say which one of those two, unless you're thinking we try and reconfigure, but it seems like we're kind of getting.
No.
Well,
I'm not sure I follow the post office thing, but is it different than it is now?
Yeah.
That it moves that small neighborhood into green.
Yeah. So for that reason, between 1 and 6. For downtown Half Moon Bay, I would think 1, but it just, to me, it was just like, you talk about Alsace-Lorraine, and I agree with, you have a street and you have that sense of community. I'm not going to vote on the same, neighborhood. It's all, there's going to be some artificial splits no matter what we do. But that, to me, to see it like continuous pink where it wrapped around on 6, to me felt like it was pulling apart that one little. It's after 10 o'clock. I'm sorry. I'll quit talking.
Can I
I'm just getting
add one comment that was necessary to make the numbers work. To me, that particular neighborhood with the stone pine, behind the stone pine over there, that's the one neighborhood that isn't at least adjacent neighbors. You're not taking houses across the street from each other there.
Right, yeah.
Clearly a geographically separate piece.
Okay.
Well, and also we're still discussing, we'll discuss between 1 and 6. So they're both.
Got it.
So
that's
fine. A factor.
Thank you.
The next.
And just one more note on 1 and 6. If we go with 1 and El Granada, it looks like it takes a much bigger piece of Kings Mountain than number 6 does. I don't know if that matters, but just observation.
Well, I kind of hear board direction that we should bring back 1 and 6, meaning I've heard 3 people say bring back 1 and 6 on the funnel approach. I'm not trying to stop discussion at all, but that's what I'm hearing. I'm just checking for my understanding.
If you don't agree, speak now. Okay, let's do it. Anything else for Tom? And again, public, if you have any comments, raise your hand. I don't see any comments now.
Just for the public, again, this is a requirement by law for us to have balanced trustee areas like Tom explored. The smallest area can be no larger than, let me get this right, Tom. I think I knew this months ago. No bigger than 10% by the Voters Act. And so this accomplishes that and keeps everybody sort of in their places. And we have 1 and 6, and both would accomplish those things. And I think, Tom, we would just come back with sort of a deeper dive and allow the public to opine on 1 and 6 so that the board could hear from the public and then take their vote.
And just do we ever get more information on each of the districts, and is that appropriate? And I'm just remembering when we looked at them before, we had more facts on each of the districts, but maybe that's not appropriate. I don't know, but I'm just kind of throwing out that question, not saying we have to, but.
because none of us were involved in that old process, and because when I looked at old board materials, it just showed maps in the archives, at least.
Mary Beth, wasn't there like demographics in the area?
There was race. I think race. I don't think it was anything else. Was it?
I think there was also, I think there was also some like, I think economics was also part of it. I forget how it was, but there was more than race.
Yeah, there was. I thought there was, and I don't know if that's necessary or not. So I guess I'm deferring to Tom and to you in terms of what's required, but I just wanted to throw that out there as a.
Well, I want to be honest. I think that, and I don't blame any political party or any president or anything else for this. It was during COVID. It was when COVID hit. And the census was done lousy at this time. So I don't really trust. The farther we parse the data, the more likely it's going to be inaccurate.
Okay, so you don't think any other data is necessary. It's just another look and discussion of these two with community input at this point.
If you wanted, we could go back and obtain it. I'm just telling you, I don't even know how accurate it would be.
Right. Okay.
It is.
Okay.
It is interesting that census was underreported, and yet these are the numbers we have to report.
Tom, do you need anything else from us?
I think that's it. I think I'll basically just come back at the next meeting for you to tell me questions, what you think about 1 or 6. It wouldn't be out of the question to do a last second fine tuning, but particularly with alternative 1, we have literally no room to spare. Alternative 6, could be a little bit of fudge here or there, although I don't think I can make Stone Pine work, to be honest with you. As those of you who did this in the last round know, the block statistics create some pretty ugly groupings. And so it's very hard to make rational boundaries in a lot of places because of the way the block statistics are set up.
Very good. Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome.
And just to cap this too, for people who don't remember, I was not here and I had to look at the history. This board actually, and I know this in comparison to the other county superintendents and the county office of education, this board actually did this quicker than a lot. And basically for the rationale of trying to have trustee area representation instead of district representation, for all the reasons why there were lawsuits against people to do this. So I just think the board was very progressive and ahead of the curve to do this. And now we've had to, and I remember being a superintendent having to finalize this like a year and a half ago. And now, okay, we have to do it again because the census data is different. So I want to thank Tom for his work and being inventive and trying to maintain senses of balance and working with data that was a big change. And I want to thank the board for being progressive in how they thought about this years ago.
But just for the record, we were sued, Sean.
Oh,
we were sued.
Well, we were threatened with a lawsuit,
right? Well, no, they did the initial complaint, and we could have fought it, or we could have complied immediately. And there was a safe window period in which you can comply and only have a very minimal payment of attorney's fees. I think it was $30,000, and so we did that rather than try and fight it and contest it. But yeah, no, we were sued.
Yeah, it was us and everyone around us too, I think. Yeah.
It was because the city got sued. The county got sued and the city got sued. And so then when the city gets sued, they often then go to the school districts within.
Interesting. Well, I know a lot of districts are still trying to say, are you trustee area yet? I said, oh, this board did this a while ago. So, okay, well, whatever the motive was, it was the right motive, I think. It was a good thing. I think it's more democratic to have a trustee area.
And we are progressive. We are progressive.
I do think you are.
You're very progressive in trying not to get sued. Okay, that wraps it up for our agenda tonight. Thank you, Tom. Just to go over future events, I wanted to let everyone know that on January 26th, the school finance office hours and the budget advisory committee have been canceled. So those are not going to happen that day. And then February 10th is our next regular board meeting, and we will determine the location later. It might be somewhere, it might be Zoom. We'll have to vote on that. before then, and it starts at 6 o'clock again. And that wraps it up. Time to adjourn the meeting. Could I get a motion and a second to adjourn?
Actually, the next meeting, as I understand it, Rosie, we did meet on this last week for a special meeting. And so you.
Oh, that was for February.
And so that works for the 30-day window. So we will still be remote.
Okay.
At the next meeting.
Okay, good. We will be here on Zoom. Okay, motion and a second, please.
So moved.
No, second.
Thank you.
Not bad. 10:09 world record here.
We need to do a roll call. Mary Beth?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly?
Aye.
Lisette?
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye.
Thank you. 5 + 1.